Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Eileen Carter. I'm the head of the Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape Province. If we can just, thank you. This is day 2 of the provincial inquiry into the right to basic education and the regulation of school uniforms as well as appearances. We are fortunate enough to have a very busy program for the day, which we will share as well online. Tembelihle, if we can maybe also just share screenshots, you'll see I've shared it yesterday on my profile. You can just copy from there. And we will be kicking off today right away to make sure that we don't run out of time. And first up is Sibonelo Kanana Trowe. Traue. And we are going to kick off directly into this presentation. So Sibonelo, over to you and very welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Sibonelo Trawa. I am the Human Rights Coordinator in the Eastern Cape for Out LGBTI Wellbeing, but also sit as the Provincial Chair on Hate Crimes on LGBTI Persons in the Eastern Cape. My presentation is going to be very short, but yeah, I don't think there's much to say. Okay, first let me just explain what is Out. Out is an organization which was formed in the year 1990, registered in the year 1994. It's the second oldest LGBTI organization in the country. It has advocated for the rights for Civil Unions Act, the right to decriminalize homosexuality, and so on and so on. So what is Out? What do we have at Out? Out has got 3 programs. We have Engagements Health, which caters for men who have sex with men, but also gay men, but not excluding the LGBTI community when it comes to primary health care. We then have the Love Not Hate, which is the program that I am situated in, which looks into advocating for the LGBTI community, but also providing services such as legal aid, legal advice, also referrals to shelters and so on. Then we have the it's the English word, psychosocial office, which looks into the well-being of the LGBTI person from safe that they are safe, from that they need counseling, coming out issues, that they have food, that they have a place to stay. So that is Out in a very small nutshell. So what rights are we? Why am I here today, and what rights are we going to address today? Firstly, it is for me and also for Out, it is quite disappointing that it took 25 years for us to get to this point. Meaning that there are students which, especially I was 7 years uh, when the constitution was adopted, and today I am 30 something years, and it means that my rights have been violated for 25 years. I went through school without being able to express who is Sibonel. But first, let me just look into the rights that have been violated for the past 25 years. Or let me just look at the rights that a person is given at birth. We first have the basic human rights. Everyone has the basic human rights. No one in the public or in the private sphere can interfere with these rights or limit or deny a person to claim these rights. These rights will include equality and non-discrimination, which will be found in Section 9. These rights will be human dignity, which will be found in Section 10. These rights will be right to life, which will be found in Section 11, and these rights will be rights to privacy. And all of these rights have been, uh, if I'm speaking for myself, but if I'm speaking for other millions who identify as queer as myself, these rights have been taken away or haven't been given to us for the past 25 years of democracy or of the constitution being into law. Now, the basic rights is that everybody, and it means everybody in this room has those rights and they can't be interfered with. Uh, and then but we find ourselves these rights being infringed on by fundamental rights, where people will claim that just that because I choose to be Christian, just that because I choose to be Muslim, that I could then take away the basic rights of another human being. Now, looking into fundamental rights, these are just freedoms. So a person has a freedom to choose their religion. A freedom has a person to choose who to associate with. A person can choose what they believe in. Uh, Now, these rights then infringe on the rights, on the basic rights that everybody is supposed to have.
Sibanila, I'm so sorry to interrupt
Okay.
you. If we can take back about 3 minutes, if you can just repeat again 3 minutes back,
Okay.
because you were, in terms of the streaming, it's fine because it's going through the app, but in terms of the Teams, you were muted. So the
Okay.
two are now synced. I'm
Okay.
so sorry. The
Okay.
first presentation always brings about these technicalities, but I think on Teams, muted, but on YouTube, it was fine. Yeah, so it is recorded. Maybe just the crux of the last 2 or 3 minutes. If you can just take us back, I'm so sorry.
Okay. So do I just go back to the rights, or do I go back to the introduction of out?
I think whichever you feel comfortable. Like I say, it is captured on YouTube,
Okay.
but it is not. It wasn't shared to the participants on Teams right now.
Okay. Let me just go back to out. What is out? So out has was formed, or yeah, was established in the year 1990, registered in the year 1994, out being the second oldest LGBTI organization in the country after Triangle. Out has been involved in many policies or bills or advocating to change of law from decriminalization of homosexuality to Civil Unions Act. Out has got three programs currently. The first program is our primary healthcare clinic, which will be our engagements health clinic, which provides primary healthcare to men who have sex with men, LGBTI people, and gay men. Uh, then we have the Love Not Hate, which is the office that I sit in. As the Human Rights Coordinator for the Eastern Cape. This office provides victim support, legal advice, case monitoring, court monitoring, linkage to shelter, and other psychosocial services. And then we have the psychosocial program, which looks into linkage to shelters, but also looks into the well-being of the LGBTI person, from coming out issues to engaging government to trainings and so on and so on. So, why am I here today, and what right am I going to be addressing today, or the rights that have been not given to us for the past 25 years? Firstly, I'd like to go on record to say it's quite disappointing that it took 25 years for me to first sit here and change, or or start the process of talking about this uniform policy, which has, for me, first personally, had affected me in me growing up as a person, and not being able to fit in even in school. But this has been 25 years is a long time, and for a person even born after 1994 still hasn't realized those rights. So, as South Africans, we have basic human rights, and basic human rights are given to everybody, and no one in the public or in the private sphere can take away these rights, or can limit these rights, or can deny these rights. But we find even government, through taxpayers' money, denying these rights to human beings, because everybody is afforded basic human rights at birth. So, as a child, I was supposed to be given these rights after 1994, in fact. But it means a child even born today might not realize these rights, which I feel it's a crime on itself. So, what are these rights am I talking about? The right to equality, the right to non-discrimination, which is found in Section 9, the human dignity, which is found in Section 10, right to life, which is found in Section 11, and privacy, which is found in Section 14. I am including, or am I I'm zooming in on these rights because all of these rights are violated currently. Students are then forced to be outed. I will make an example with a school in Mdantsane, which I think in 2017, if not 18, a principal uh, was not happy about students, the way they wear their uniform, and also the people that they date. The principal then forced the kids to be outed in an assembly and asked them to show who are they dating. And I feel if we had this policy for uniform, this might have never been a a problem with kids, because kids were outed because of how they looked, or how they were dressed, or how they appeared, or how they expressed themselves. Uh, the right to human dignity, I feel that their dignity was taken away. And this is not the only isolated school. There are schools in Lusigisigi, there are schools in Ngeleni, where a child was also, they were called that they have they are demonic because of how they wear and how they express themselves. And it is then very hard to engage with the schools, because the Department of Health, sorry, the Department of Education will say they will investigate, and in the investigations, they never do come back to us and tell us what has really happened. Or if they do come back to us, they will tell us that they have sensitized the the teachers, or they have sensitized the parents. But the reality is, how can you sensitize somebody if you also don't know about the subject? So it then brings the question of what is sensitization are they giving these students? But also the right to equality and non-discrimination. I think that one is yeah, it's a hard one, because these kids on an everyday basis have to wake up and being discriminated. Firstly, in a taxi, discriminated at home, but also discriminated in a place where they are not supposed to be discriminated, which is a school, which is supposed to be a place of safety, which is supposed to be a place of learning, but they're discriminated on the basis of how they express themselves. And I don't think a uniform, or how a person expresses themselves, has anything to do with the education that they are going to receive in a school. Then we have fundamental rights, fundamental freedoms. Now, fundamental freedoms are also given to all of us to choose, but this is a choice. We choose to be Christian, we choose to be Muslim, we choose to practice our Zulu culture, we choose to practice our Xhosa culture. A person could wake up tomorrow and choose not to practice these things. A person could wake up tomorrow and say, I am born again. A born again could wake up tomorrow and say, I am Muslims. So these are choices, and these fundamental freedoms should not then be the basis which are normally used by teachers to justify uh, their discrimination against learners on the basis of how they want to express themselves. Because this is just a choice. You choose to associate yourself with this particular culture or this particular religion. Then we have social economic rights, and these rights are also given or afforded to everyone. And the right that I'm going to touch on is going to be the rights to education. Now, everybody in South Africa, whether you're black, Indian, colored, disabled, blind, short, tall, fat, has the right to access basic education. And also, adults have the right to access adult basic education. Now, if a uniform policy is going to be a hindrance, or is going to be a barrier in accessing basic education, I still can't get my head around how it took government 25 years to realize that this is a problem. It just means that maybe we are led by people who don't want to think, or we are led by people who don't understand the Constitution. Because the Constitution is quite clear when it says everybody is afforded the right to equality, everybody is afforded the right to basic education. And if a uniform policy is going to then block that part, then it becomes a problem. I will make an example with a case which I had of a young trans child, which is still ongoing, who their parents had passed, who her mother had passed away at the age of 6, and her father is a drug addict and was not being able to place in school, or ran away from school because of how she was treated. Today she's 16 years old. She's on tick. She can't access school because she's still afraid. She still has trauma that the kids are going to laugh at her, that they will call her he. The principal is going to call her he. The principal is not going to allow her to wear the way she wants to express herself. Now, many things have been tried for this case. We've tried internet schooling for the child, but the child needs a school where she will go and interact with other people. So we find that now we have a lot of trans kids which will drop out of school, which will end up going into sex work, which will end up going to begging in the street, which will end up taking drugs. Um, because of the failures of government, firstly, because it is a failure of government to protect the rights of the minority, or to protect the rights of the person who expresses themselves in a different way than the cisgendered person in the country. So these rights have been just have been withheld from this trans kid, and she's not an isolated incident. There's many trans people who I know personally who have even have passed on because of it could be HIV, it could be, but all of these things could have been avoided if government had provided a space or an enabling environment in schools for kids or for children to be able to be able to yeah to access education and be able to become people or to be themselves without the fear of being discriminated or feel that the place is not um, good for them. Can I go to the next slide, please? Just have some water. So, which populations are affected by outdated and unconstitutional policies or lack of? Firstly, we need to understand when we talk about the LGBTI community, we're not talking about one community, we are talking about communities within a community. And I'm going to break down these communities and I'm going to make a few examples for us to understand how does this uniform policy affects these communities. So first will be uh, the first one will be a birth assignment, which will be your sex characteristics. The second one I will talk to will be talking into gender identity. The third one will be gender expression, and the last one will be sexual orientation. And when we come to sexual orientation, you will see how schools or how lack of understanding of diverse communities stop uh, kids from accessing education or stops or or people come up with rules with not understanding what a person's needs are. Can I go to the next slide? So what are sex characteristics? I'm not going to touch on female and male, but I'm going to touch on the third sex. I think South Africa also is guilty, or the public of South Africa, but government itself fails, including also the Human Rights Commission, which I'm sitting in, has failed to recognize the intersex community, which will start from the Department of Home Affairs. And if you are not recognized as a person, you then disappear as a person. And if you disappear as a person, you don't feel as a person, so you don't feel like these rights up belong to you. And if you don't feel the rights belong to you, you can't claim those rights. So I'm going to be talking about an intersex person. What is an intersex person? An intersex person is somebody who has genital or organs or sexual organs or genitalia which is not of male or which is not of female. The High Commission of Human Rights said they do not fit in a typical definition of a male or a female. So they are the third sex. And they are a third sex because even in the Ngoni language, we have a word to identify or to identify these people, which will be Italase. So we do have a third sex, but we still make it as if it doesn't exist. We still have binary, which is male, female, boy, girl, and leaving out the intersex people. In a perfect world, maybe in a perfect in I'm not perfect for who, but perfect for the person who infringes on other person's rights, it will be two sexes, which will be male and female, but that's not the case. We have intersex people. Now, as an intersex person, from day one in school, besides the uniform policy, from an intake form in school, you are not included. It's either you have to be boy or you have to be girl. And when it comes to uniform, you are then forced into going or into wearing a uniform that does not or might not fit the gender that you might want to express yourself, or uh, anyway how you'll want to express yourself. And then you will have your right to privacy also then infringed, that you then now have to disclose that I am intersex to a school that would probably will not understand what is an intersex person, and which will demonize that person, and that will make that person even feel worse about themselves when they did not choose to be assigned as intersex at birth. Can I move to the second slide? Um, then I go into gender identities. Now, this is a gender identity. What is gender identity? Gender identity is what Smonelo uh, feels to identify with a particular gender. Now, luckily for me, I am gender queer. I don't identify with any gender, but there are people who then will identify with gender. Now, genderqueer is somebody like me, which I had a problem in school when, even when it comes to uniform, even when it comes even to my body shape. When I grew up in school, I was very skinny, so wearing even a boy's uniform for me didn't feel right at some point. That I wanted the freedom to be able to wear whatever I wanted to wear in school because I did not identify with any gender. So for me to be forced to be wearing pants as a boy child sometimes um, it didn't click properly in my mind. But I didn't think that it was a school that was a problem. I always felt like it was me that was the problem. And for years, I have struggled for me to identify or to come to the conclusion that I do not identify with the gender. But the school and the school policies made me think that I was sick or there was something wrong with me. Now, when you come to trans people, it becomes even more difficult. Now, these are people who their gender that they identify with might not be aligned with the sex that they were assigned with at birth. Now, what does this mean? It means if Sponilla was born male, I might not align my gender with being a man as society will want me to align that gender with. So finding a child, which I have made an example of the child in Port Alfred, um, who from a very young age, from 3 years old, has always said, I am a girl, I am not a boy. From when the mother passed away, she understood that her child was a girl, not a boy. However, a school still does not understand that a child has the right to identify with a gender, or a child is able to know which gender they are able to identify with. And this right is then taken away by the school policy. But not only the school policy, but and other policies in school, or, well, it's not a policy, it's a guideline, which even makes it worse that it's a guideline from, I believe, 2005 or 5. And I still don't understand the minister in 2007. How can a guideline stay for 2 years without being it's not a guideline, it's a draft. So it's still a draft. How can a draft last for so many years? I think it's just incompetence when it comes to the Department of Education, but also it's incompetence also when it comes to this Chapter 9 institution. It's an incompetence when it comes to not only this Chapter 9 institution, all the Chapter 9 institutions and all the government departments, and also with Parliament, that we still have such drafts which could stay from 2005, and no minister, no government official has been held accountable that this is supposed to be finalized. Because why? It's basically it's not important because most of the people are happy with discrimination, and if somebody is discriminated and it doesn't affect them, then it's fine. We then have cisgendered. Cisgendered are people who would be, or a person whose gender identity will be aligned with the sex that they are assigned at birth. Now, this policy does not exempt discrimination from these people because how these people choose to express themselves might not be aligned with the gender they identify with. I will make an example of schoolgirls that might not feel comfortable in wearing a short skirt and will want to wear pants because it's either they feel they are safer in wearing pants, or it's either they feel the body shape or their body type it's more comfortable than wearing a pants. But all of these are then taken away. These rights are then taken away from these students. Um, then a child is then uncomfortable going to school, having to wear a short skirt or having to wear a skirt when they don't feel um, that the skirt is appropriate for them, which I feel it's also a human rights violation. And so, which my point in this one is that it doesn't only affect LGBTI persons, it also affects a young school girl who wants to wear in a different way. It also affects a young school boy who wants to express themselves in a different way. Because not all people who express themselves in the opposite gender will normally identify with that gender. Not all people who would express themselves in a different gender will be falling under the queer community. Can I go to the next slide? So, what is gender expression? I think I just touched on gender expression. It's how a person chooses to express themselves. How Swanilo chooses to express himself today might be masculine. So these might vary, but the scale which are these determined in will be masculine to feminine. So Swanilo will normally I'm speaking about myself, would mostly be in masculine clothes. It's not because I identify as a male. Sorry, it's not because I identify as a man, but it's because it's the privilege which comes with presenting yourself in a masculine way. It's the safety that it provides for me to be able to walk in the street. But that does not mean I identify or would like to always express myself in this way. I express myself in this way because I do not feel safe when I leave my house. I express myself in this way because maybe I've been conditioned by the school system also that if I dress in a particular way, I am much more safer than if I dress in another way. So this condition has been instilled in me from since grade R until I left school. So it's been years and years of this knowledge being instilled in me that I need to be dressed in a particular way. So can I go to the next slide? Uh, so what is sexual orientation? And I want now sexual orientation is an attraction, and I want to for us to see how irrelevant it is for sexual orientation to be the basis of um, the school policy or involving sexual orientation in a school policy. Sexual orientation is an attraction. It is me being attracted to someone else. It has nothing to do with how I express myself. It has nothing to do with how I want to dress up. It has nothing to do with how what uniform I will want to dress. But we find schools using sexual orientation as a basis of that the school policy as a boy should dress in a certain way because they must not be seen as being gay. A man must dress, a girl child must dress in a certain way because they must not be seen as being lesbian. But these are sexual orientations. Most gay men will probably dress as men and wouldn't mind dressing as males. Most lesbian women will probably dress as women and wouldn't mind dressing as women because that's what they would like to express themselves and that's the gender that they identify with. So sexual orientation shouldn't be a barrier for or a reason why a school uniform or a school guideline uh, should be discriminative on a person's expression or gender expression. I'm almost done. I have two more slides. So this leads to hate crimes, and a big hate crime has been done by our system. A big hate crime has been done by our government. A government that does not understand its own constitution. And I feel also with the Department of Justice has failed to also uh, advocate or promote the Constitution itself because I don't understand a person who has gone through university who still does not understand the Constitution and who still feels that they have more rights than other people and who still feels that their rights are more important than another person. I believe that if you've gone through university, I believe that if your brain is functioning properly, you should understand that the Constitution of South Africa, that everybody's rights are equal and everybody should be equal. And your rights or your preferences or what you choose shouldn't affect the next person. So when schools come up with these policies or come up with these guidelines or code of conducts when it involves uniform for adults which have gone through university to agree that a girl should dress in a particular way, a boy should dress in a particular way, a boy's hair should be in a particular way, a girl's hair should be in a particular way, I find that there must be something wrong upstairs. I'm sorry to put it that way, but I really fail to understand how the brain functions to not understand that there's something wrong if the constitution says all of us, meaning from the age one day, all of us has the right to equality. And what barrier would it be for me as Bonelo wearing a skirt in a school? What barrier would there be for me, Bonelo, having dreadlocks in a school? What barrier would it be with Bonelo wearing my traditional clothes to a school? Because this also affects my culture. This also strips away the person I'm supposed to be. What barrier would it be Bonelo smelling in a particular way? Because I remember also in school, we had a function at home, a traditional ceremony in school, and we had impepo. This might not touch on in the uniform policy, but it does because the principal spoke of cleanliness, that I am not clean. And we had it in Pep, and I walked into school and I smelled of Impep. I was ridiculed that I'm smelling funny. I'm not clean. So all of those things will probably affect a person throughout their lives. I know it has affected me in my life that my culture has seen to be less than other cultures. I need to smell of roses and I don't know what for me to be justified to be clean. But I can't smell of my traditional incense, which will be impepo and other incense. Then I am deemed to be smelling of not being clean. So what are hate crimes? I'm not going to go into hate crimes, but I believe that I've said this current government or the current system has done a big hate crime when it comes to the queer community, but not only to the queer community, to the black child or to the black young girl child in school, where they are forced to be dressed in a particular way, they are forced to appear in a particular way. I think Prof touched a lot on this yesterday, so I'm not going to touch on this anymore. So can I go to my last slide before I close? I think my time is also finished. So, what is important, and I hope that the Commission finds right, is the language that is used when in drafting or recommending a policy or recommending these guidelines. That the language that is used is empowering. That the language that is used is not of he or she, but a language that does not cut out people, a language of they and them, a language of which is quite similar to an African language, which will not have pronouns, because we don't have pronouns in the African language or in the Nguni language. We have thems, we have bona, we have tina, and that language is inclusive to everybody. But once we have a language in a policy that has got a binary of them, he, she, blue, black, or whatever, blue, pink, it then becomes problematic because then there is somebody trying to find themselves in that policy and they don't find themselves in that policy. And if you don't find yourself in that policy, somebody else has then feels that they have the right to discriminate against you, against that policy or against that guideline. I guess in closing, language is not innocent. It is determined by realities of it, reality is interpreted. Words have power. They give power and they can take away power. They have the way words are used may prevent us from realizing the beauty and the power of our of diversity. Uh, let's use words of inclusivity. Those will be words of them, they, and their to give power to the powerlessness. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sibonelo, for your presentation. I'm going to hand you over to Commissioner Gam for follow-up questions. Commissioner?
Thank you very much. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you. It was a very informative presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sibonelo, I just think um, one or two comments from my side. First of all, also just to echo what Commissioner is saying in terms of the appreciation of your presentation, because you've also pulled from own experience, and which is very valuable in respect of feeding into our report at the end of this hearing. You've mentioned there's a few things that you've mentioned, but what stands out for me, and I just want some more clarity on that, is in respect of mentioning trans kids. You indicated that there is a dropout prevalence, possibly higher than other children. Is there information that you have that may be able to assist us further on that? And in respect of this prevalence, do you experience it as being from grade 10, or do you experience it from being even earlier than that? Just one moment, let me just bring you um, my device. And then just a second follow-up. Maybe more of a comment. It was very touching for me to hear you say that dressing as male is a form of protecting yourself. And that kind of hits home in respect of our South African demographic, and where you indicated that it's you make use of the male privilege almost, so that you are less victimized, that you are feeling safer. And I think that is a very important backdrop for us to keep in mind, that children and learners might be settled in looking or appear to be identifying with a certain gender, but that might only be for their own safety. So we are not yet at a conducive environment where we allow for the freedom of children to be able to identify as they would want to, out of safety concerns for themselves. So just to have your comment on the trans kids question, let me just provide you with the device.
Maybe to help us understand this more, I will take a report by the Love Not Hate, which is a report by Out and other organizations such as the Lesbian Gay Center, She, Triangle, and so on. It found, I think, 88% of hate crimes, and these hate crimes also happen in school, or crimes that are done by teachers, and these also crimes that are done by also the uniform guidelines are not reported. But coming back to your question, is the information? I guess the Love Not Hate report might guide you in giving you a bigger picture, especially when it comes to the trans community. When it comes to dropouts, I think a lot of trans kids even drop out way before they get to grade 10. However, we find that high school is more challenging for kids than primary. For example, in primary school, kids are forced by parents to wear a certain type of uniform. But when they get to high school, they then have a certain freedom of being able to choose what to dress in, and also a certain realization as a person when you grow up. So yes, from the time when they grade to grade 12, it's grade 10, it's when most of them will be dropping out, and some won't even get to grade 10. I'll make an example. I had a colleague of mine who had a, 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 a safe space this Sunday, and she shared a story with me yesterday evening, that there's a lesbian woman who, because she was feeling uncomfortable in dressing as well, she identifies as a lesbian, because maybe that also might be what she understands. Some Because even in school, people are not taught what is lesbian, what is gay, what is trans. Some people might identify as lesbian, even though they might be trans at a later stage, or they might identify as trans at a later stage. So she identifies as a lesbian, and she prefers wearing male clothes. So when she was uh, in school, the principal said, "You're not going to wear no male clothes in the school. You're going to be kicked out." The parents then said, "Okay, give us a transfer letter so that we could find another school for this child." The school refused to give that child a transfer letter. This was in grade 7. So this lady is now an adult, and she broke down saying, "Every time I hear of unemployment, every time I hear of people who they say people are lazy, they don't want to go to school, it affects me because I wanted to go to school. However, the school did not want me. They didn't even want to give me a transfer letter." So it's those injustices that people face uh, when it comes to even relating to trans people, that schools or the Department of Health, of Education, even if you do report to them, they say they're investigating but never assist the person. So answering you, yes, the dropouts are many. It's not only people who will be identifying as trans, it will be people also identifying as lesbian. And how, then going back to the question, how the privilege of dressing masculine. It is a privilege of dressing masculine in South Africa. Um, it's a privilege to be male in South Africa, firstly. It's more of a privilege to be a white male, but it's a privilege to be male in South Africa. You have the power to walk in a street freely. The moment you look queer, the moment you look feminine, then that privilege is taken away from you. It's taken away from you by anybody. It could be a taxi driver, it could be a lawyer, it could be anybody. That privilege is then taken away from you. Anybody could ridicule you. Anybody could make you feel small. Everybody could make you feel like there's something wrong with you. So yes, going back to that, a lot of people might dress in a particular way to protect themselves. I know of females who dress in male clothes, not because they are lesbian, not because they are queer, but just because it is safer for them to look more butch than to look feminine. Because when they look feminine in the streets, men are going to be making funny comments. They will find themselves being more vulnerable, and if they are wearing a miniskirt, that could be even a reason for that. That could be that used against them. That's why they've been sexually violated, or that's why men are even making a mock of them. I think of the way women wear in South Africa, maybe it's another topic, but we have incidences. I think even this commission will know that women have been ridiculed in ranks for wearing short skirts. Women have been ridiculed in town for wearing short skirts. So it is a privilege to dress as a male. It might not look nice, I might not feel comfortable in it, but it comes with a certain type of protection.
Thank you so much, Sibulelo. Mr. Mpondo, you don't have any comments. All right. I think that is it from our side for this morning. We thank you for your presentation. We have a copy, Zuki, we've got a copy of the presentation. And yeah, we look forward to your participation as well going forward and forming and strengthening this relationship going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Go to my plate.
All right. Next up, in terms of the program, we have Sibanye LGBTI. Are you ready to join us? I think it is Tembi Sajonas. Yes, please.
Disconnect.
So you're not coming. Yes. Okay. Sibanye is not coming. They're in another meeting. They will try not to.
So I haven't received any emails from them saying that they're not
Okay. Just a quick update, colleagues. We are a few minutes away from the presentation from Access Chapter 2. They will be joining us in person just now. We're after London. We're going to have a presentation from, let me just check on the program, Sitlabise, Social Inclusive. Mbulelo, thank you, Mbulelo. So we ask for the indulgence, thank you very much, colleagues, for 1 or 2 minutes until we wait for Access to arrive, whereafter we'll continue. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. We're slightly behind schedule, but we are hoping to make up for some time. We are now being, we're going to receive a presentation from Access Chapter 2, Skepe. Your pronoun correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And thereafter, we will be joined by Sibanye LGBTI. So we will go straight into the presentation from Access Chapter 2.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nochai Naskepe. I'm from Access Chapter 2 organization. Access Chapter 2 is a human rights-based organization that is focusing on LGBTI women and young girls. We are conducting programs, community dialogues, creating safe spaces for the LGBTI community so that they can be able to share their experiences, and we identify issues and prioritize them. We address them to relevant stakeholders. I would like to apologize first for being late. There was a lot in the morning, so I am late. I am sorry for that. I don't have a presentation in front of me, but the only thing that I would like to share with you, colleagues, is that out of the engagements that we have with the key population, specifically the LGBTI community, we engage in safe spaces where we share our experiences. We have two cases that we have identified as Access Chapter 2 and the organizations that I'm working with, out and Usibanye. The first case is the case of a learner who was turned away from school because she was wearing a trouser, and the teacher grabbed that learner and told her that she must never come to school again if she doesn't want to wear a skirt because she is a girl. If she wants to express her sexual orientation of being a lesbian or a tomboy or what, she must do that outside of school. Then the learner went home only to find that her parent was not working. They do not have money to buy the skirt that was demanded by the teacher. So the parent went to school to address this to the principal. But the principal did the same thing. The parent was forced to go and buy the skirt. The lady was forced to go and borrow money. So she borrowed money so that her child can be able to access education. So that's the first case. For interventions, we communicated with the parent. We wanted to see and to know how she feels about this and how uh, is she knowledgeable about the LGBTI community? Does she know what is going to her child? So out of a conversation with the parent is aware that her child is a lesbian and she's been wearing like this ever since she started schooling. And she told us that the treatment that she got from that school was not good at all for her. And she felt that she was undermined because if the learner was from the rich family, she wouldn't be treated that way. So apparently, we also communicated with the chairperson of gender-based violence in Lusikisiki and also communicated with the circuit manager from education in Lusikisiki to address the issue. So far, we have no feedback about how far is the case, how are they dealing with the teacher and the principal. And we are also looking forward to do sensitization training on learners, parents, and teachers of the area, not focusing on that specific school, but we are aiming to engage with all the schools that are around in Lusigisi. So that's the first case. The second one, out of the safe spaces that we created with the LGBTI community, a very sad story was shared by one of the lesbians. She told us that she left school after she was told that she's not allowed to come to school wearing a tracksuit or a track pant. and a grey trouser because she is a girl. And she was also reminded that we know that you are a lesbian and lesbians are not allowed to be in these premises. So if you continue behaving this way, you will be expelled from school. So she kept on attending the classes, but at a later stage, she was called in front of all learners and told that she must leave the school because she is not adhering to what to the rules of the school, because she was told that she mustn't wear a trouser. Then a parent went to that school. That school is here in PE. She went to that school to address the matter and in fact, to ask for a referral letter. But they denied to give the parent a referral letter because they told her that we cannot give you a referral letter because your child is a slow learner. So which school that can accommodate or accept a slow learner and a lesbian? So we cannot, as a school, issue out a referral letter for your learner. So that person left the school and she was doing grade 9, which is standard 7. The frustration from that lesbian is that she is being bullied by the learners that are around her, and she is being called by names of being a slow learner because that those words were said in front of everyone. So that person is not right at all. For intervention, we are still collecting all the details of the school, the details of the teacher, the details of the principal, and also we want to know exactly the year that she dropped out from school. And we also want to hand out a consent form so that at a long run we don't face issues where a complainant will say, no, I didn't give them an authority to follow up this case. So far we are sitting with those 2 cases. Yes, that's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. Commissioner Gam, do you have a follow-up? Nothing. Ms. Mpondo? Nothing from your side. Ma'am, just a quick one. Maybe you can just reiterate for me. You've indicated the Lusikisiki matter,
Yes.
that you have reported it to the circuit, and that you basically did report it to the Department of Education, and that you have not received any response yet.
Yes.
Can you just give me a timeline? How long has that been since first reporting to the department?
It's been a month now. Yes, it's been a month because the case was reported on the 2nd of February. So we tackled that on the very same date, and we communicated with the principal and the circuit manager on the very same date, which was the 2nd of February. Since then, there's no feedback.
All right. I think we'll just follow up in respect of the details of that matter. Tembi, you'll just assist us with the details, especially the details of the circuit manager, to allow us. We do have the department here with us today, and we will be able to fast track that concern possibly. Thank you so much,
May I
ma'am.
suggest?
Commissioner.
Yeah, may I suggest that yeah, that all these kinds of matters, instead of taking it up from your side with the department, it might be helpful if you refer these issues to us as the Human Rights Commission. We have had a lot of success when we basically intervene directly. And
Just a bit louder, Commissioner. My computer is a bit far. No, it's fine. You just need to speak a bit louder.
oh, I see. Am I speaking through your computer?
Through the YouTube link, yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, I think the best is if you bring these matters directly to the attention of the commission, so we can follow it up, on your behalf. Not only with the department, because we've also had a lot of success by directly going to visit the schools and engaging with them directly as well, and sending not only, yeah, sending allegations letters, but not only to the department, but to the school as well. Then one sometimes do find that that action comes much faster, when we deal with it that way. So I'm just suggesting that instead of having to wait for months and so on for replies from the department. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we will now be joined by Sibanye LGBTI for a presentation as well, whereafter we will follow with follow-up questions. Good morning. You're welcome to proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tembisa Jonas from Sibanye LGBT. I would like to also apologize for being late. And as my colleague said, that we have been very, very difficult morning. Who is Sibanye? Sibanye LGBT is an organization that is based in Utnik, KwaNobuhle. Our vision is healthy stick. Yeah, no, it's just I'm a little.
No, take your time.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. I'm just that I need to relax, so that I can have my presentation very well. In the sense that, as I was saying, our vision is a healthy, stigma-free community. And also, what we are doing as an organization, we're doing sensitization in schools, we're doing safe spaces, focus groups on community and LGBTI community. And also we are focusing on the advocacy, especially on human rights, because I think when we formed our organization was the one thing that we wanted is all about human rights. So that's what Sibanye is about. It's about advocacy. Yeah. Okay. And also, as my colleague said, that we are working together in these two cases, and also we have been working in a sense that we wanted to sensitize the children and the community and also the teachers on its own, because we want everyone to understand that the LGBTI rights are human rights. I think I'll stop there.
Okay. If I can maybe ask you, do you think a gender neutral uniform policy at schools will assist your membership?
I think it will assist.
Why?
In a sense that, when we are talking about gender neutral uniform, because it's all about one thing, because there is no one that is going to be, what can I say, it's going to be alienated. Alienated from one another. It's all about one thing, and also it's going to be, everyone is going to be seen the same, I would say, because it will assist very well, because especially when it comes to uniform, because being told that you can wear a trouser at school, whereas because a trouser is just a clothes. It does not, what can I say, it does not make you any less just being wearing a trouser at school. So the uniform one will assist very well, even if we can say everyone can wear a uniform, like a tunic instead of a trouser, everyone. So I think it will assist.
Commissioner, any follow-up questions? Mr. Okay. I, thank you very much, ma'am. I think you're doing very valuable work, and I do think that assisting learners to be able not to feel alienated is very important for us. So thank you very much for that presentation. Okay. Um, next up is Mbulelo from Sitsebise Social Inclusive. Mbulelo, are you able to join us? Mbulelo, we can hear you. Let me just move closer to the panel. I think, let me just test again when I'm that side, but I think we will be able to hear you. All right, Mbulelo, you are welcome to proceed.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and I am very pleased to have been given this opportunity, at least to present exactly what we have been doing as an organization and what also we want to do. My name is Ngulelo Kanana. I'm from an organization called Isipedise Social Inclusion. Isipedise literally means advice. Before, I'll just tell you about a little bit of our background, where we come from, and then I'll tell you about our intervention. The organization here was established in 2018 by 6 social workers who came from university while they were studying at university, NMU. At that time, they come across with the statistics that were showing how the LGBTI community is so empowered and is so experiencing gender-based violence. And they thought about how can they use their skills and knowledge in order at least to reach out to community and also, to capacitate the community, the schools, in order to combat all forms of violence that are dedicated to people of LGBTIQ+. So they thought of, okay, they established an organization called Sipebise. As I was saying, Sipebise means advise, a sense of inclusivity in society. So their focus again is more in school, our focus. So we thought of, let me go in schools and do sensitization. I remember we started exactly in 2019. 2019. In 2019, we call all the LGBTI organization, Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Social Development. We did what we call a symposium where we're allowing the LGBTI to express their different, their way of disappointment that they have with all the stakeholders from government, that which they feel like they are invisible in terms of when government is offering its services. So after that, we went on to physical here in Nelson Mandela Bay, and we chose about 8 schools, and with these 8 schools, we did a sensitization with teachers, parents, and subsequently with e-learners and community. Because we didn't want it to go straight to e-learners because the issue of LGBTI is still a taboo. It's still a taboo. So we started with, having to have a backup from the Department of Education and Department of Social Development, of which we also did a sensitization with them because we noticed that most people, they do have this disappointment and anger towards these powerful components in our community, but they are not sensitized. So let's reach out to them and educate them about the issues of LGBTI so that when they offer their services, they themselves sensitize. So we started with these schools, Kwezi, I don't have to name them, but our papers at that time were doing, as in like 2020, 2019, 20, even today, guess we are still working. So our focus has been like to educate more, and then we expand into, even to corporate world here in Nelson Mandela Bay, because we're just a small organization. But in going to intervention, as in like now, currently last week we went on to visit a school in Motherwell where the issue of a uniform. We've been getting infected calls from learners, and I personally received a WhatsApp from learners who there was this new thing now. I noticed that e-learners are much more now wanting to express themselves the way they want to. And the issue of the uniform is simply about creating a sense of oneness. It's not there to take us to tell about whose gender, are you a man, even the word uniform, about oneness. So what we did last weekend, specifically on this one incident, is that we visited a school and we wanted to hear from the principal, because it was the principal that was having an issue with a learner. So the principal told us that he was concerned about the learner wearing his fake suit all the time. Yeah. So she wanted that learner to wear a proper uniform. But I could tell at that time we were engaging with the principal that a principal was quite very careful in engaging us. So we said, okay, let's set up a meeting so that we can discuss about the issue of, training. We want to do training with you so that at least next time you are dealing with e-learners, you know exactly what to do. So we are in that process now of having training with that school so that we do what we usually do is sensitization, so that they can understand even the concept of the uniform and all these issues of gender expression, because e-learners, they just want to express themselves the way they want to. And there's also a school in the northern areas. We also received a call. I received a call from a learner, and she was saying they've developed a movement of which is about expressing themselves, and they want to wear the way they want to. If it's a uniform, let us wear the type of uniform we want. If a girl feels like she wants to wear the normal, male uniform as it is considered, it must be. They say they just want to express that. They just want to wear the way they want, as long as it is within, the rules of the school. But the principal also in that school has been, dehumanizing them, taking for granted them. So I think anytime soon from now on, we'll be going to that school, having to engage with the teachers. But yeah, our much more intervention has been about having to listen to, first of all, these teachers, these principals, the parents, about what is their overall understanding before our intervention. And I realized that it would be wrong and also robbing for us that would quickly indulge ourselves in issues of criticizing them without having to educate. Because honestly speaking, irrespective of what our constitution says, our people are not in touch with our constitution, are not in touch with the Bill of Rights, which is chapter 2. They do not even have a clear understanding of section 9. So that's one of the things that we are making a point that as an organization, we are that bridge. We always educate. Now we're even having to go to churches because we realize that these learners, our young learners, are also in churches, are being discriminated. I've been invited in few churches where I was speaking, where with learners and speaking about issues of LGBTI, and imagine the parrot, the bizarre thing, but it's been a very interesting journey, and which is we wanted to continue. But on our intervention, all our facilitators, they do sign what we call Form 30, which gives them an idea that is an organization that the people that we are working with are eligible for working with the learners. because we don't want anyone now who's will cause harm in the name of intervening in issues of what the learners is doing. So it's a thing that we've been doing as an organization. And throughout our way of working with learners, I remember we received a call from learners. They wanted to do a march saying that they want to send a memorandum of grievances. I think it was 2020 or late in 2019 grievances with regards to the lack of safety they feel in school. And they mobilized themselves and they wrote the memorandum. What we did was just to give them in some sense of logistics in terms of going to the municipality, having to, working out things as it was going to be a match. It was a beautiful match that was televised on SABC, and it reached out to even Uzo Zibini, who was then Miss Universe, Miss South Africa, in fact, entering Miss Universe. And she sent us a message uploading the work that the SABC we are doing here in Nelson Mandela Bay. Otherwise, what I would say, we are very in touch with schools. We are in fact solely focusing in schools here in Nelson Mandela Bay. And we even went as far with other various organizations, did a leadership camp where we call it LGBTI leadership. So we have selected a couple of number of learners and we send them to training so that at least what we wanted to do that thing of a peer to peer, so that these learners whom we've chosen, and we call them CBC buddies, we've chosen them so that they go and do exactly what we ordered them, and in the supervision of one of our facilitators. So as ICPBC, it's our daily thing that we are doing in schools, and we always try to find it ways. For instance, now we are in a negotiation with Newen, Ikawen, another school here, which is last week we had a training with their learners when we are, giving them knowledge and skills in terms of they become the CPBC badges so that they can also spread the knowledge and skills to other learners. We are working now on having a training with the teachers. So with the schools that we are working with, I must say we're in good relations. Lawson Brown, Cowell, Newell. I think there are more than 10 schools that we are working with in space. Obvious, we've got some challenges because obvious these things need finance, but here we're working best with what we are able to do. For instance, even today, I was supposed to be going to another school, but I apologize for that because of this opportunity, so that at least we can be in position of, to express exactly the type of work that we are doing. So I would say ICPBC is an organization that facilitators that are working in schools in Nelson Mandela Bay with regards to having to carry the agenda of the LGBTIQ plus. By that, I mean at least to conscientize learners and teachers, parents, and community at large about the issues of LGBTIQ plus. And I think this month, okay, it's one of the, as I was saying, that last weekend we selected e-learners and we went on to do e-training because of this month. We know that it's a human rights month. So one of the things that really pains us is that after so many years we've attained this democracy, we're still speaking about a certain population, a certain humanity that does not have an access in terms of the practical rights of our constitution, which is Chapter 2. So this BBC, with our capacity, limited capacity in Nelson Mandela Bay, we are making sure that we do our best. Later on, what I'll do just to finish up, I'll send you in what you call a report of what we've been doing. Just executive summary of the work that we're doing, but I'll send an email through an email. Thanks very much. If you've got any question, you are more than welcome to ask.
Thank you very much, Mbulelo. It does appear that you have a lot of contacts, ground level, and in respect of working directly with the children involved. Specifically with regards to uniform, um, what would you say would be a valuable um, approach in respect of the codes of conduct, in your view, after having worked with several schools before, to be included in a school's code of conduct when it comes to uniform? What would your input be in respect of a model school's code of conduct when it comes to uniform and appearance specifically as well? If we look at hair, if we look at traditional and cultural uh, accessories, and then also in respect of the need possibly for a gender neutral uniform, just to test your views on that.
Okay. First of all, you need to understand that we are coming from where a society that is very consumed by the traditional norms and cultural norms, of which is they've got an impact on how one should behave in a community. So, speaking here, first of all, immediately a child gets into school, the parents identify this child as a man or as a boy or a girl. Let me put it like that. So they already decide what this child should wear. So, in my understanding of your question, let me just say it. The approach, first of all, when it comes to uniform, is simple. Let's start first by making a point that we we educate. We educate because I came to realize that even the teachers who are qualified teachers, when it comes to are qualified and we've got this, they've adhered to this oath of, education, they themselves do not have a clear understanding of the concept of the LGBTIQ plus. And I'm raising on the issue of the uniform, the LGBTI, precisely because most of the learners that I have personally or as an organization we've interacted with and who have got issues with uniform, they identify themselves as an LGBTI community. So I think, first of all, we need to educate more that uniform is not about differentiating us based on a gender. It's about creating a sense of oneness, as I said so earlier on. And I think our teachers or whatever this institution, they lose it from there. The first thing they think about it is to create a sense of, you know, sense of a gender. You are a man, you are a woman. And I think it's very important to create a sense of education. We are pushing for that, that there must be in school an education that is focusing on issues of gender diversity and sexual orientation so that these learners can know exactly that but when I'm about to express my gender, it doesn't have to be like how one's expecting me to, So it's very important to teach gender expression and sexual orientation in schools, of which is what we are doing. So that because then I remember this last time I was with this principal, which is last week. She was quite puzzled and at the very same time she had some sense of realization when I was saying exactly what you are saying. And I was like, this is a person who's been doing this for more than 20 years. They never make sense of it. It's because even the structures of school, of the institution, they are designed in a sense to create that sense of gender, of you are a man and you are a female. So unconsciously, it has an effect on them. So when we come and remind them about the rights of dignity, the rights of one's expression, you know, somehow they find it difficult, to reconcile with what they know. So hence I'm saying, what we are doing is about having to, educate more teachers and learners and parents because we usually invite your parents in this, in this gathering that we have in schools. So it's about that before. So my understanding with the uniform is that it's very important to push this thing because at the very same time our learners are in suicidal, they've lost it, they lose self-esteem because they can't be fully themselves. And I also myself realized later on as I'm, you know, as an adult, the importance of, because at that time I was consumed with the fact that, these are the heteronormative, norms that you have to be like this. And I didn't see anything wrong at that time because of that's what the that's what was presented to me. I only now see the danger because of my level of awareness as I've grown up. So I think it's important to push this agenda of uniform in schools where there's, some sense of genderless. And I think that's what our organization logo is, achieving a sense of genderless society in our lifetime. Our slogan.
Thank you very much, Mbulelo. Commissioner, is there any follow-up questions from your side?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mbolelu, and thank you very much for the good work you are doing. I think that should actually be done on a much broader scale, across the country to do this sensitization that you are involved with. May I just ask you, how do you find the response to this sensitivity training that you're basically doing? Is it do you think it's really making impact? Can you see the impact, better understanding, and so on among the school community? That is my question. So the response to your interventions. Secondly, do you have a specific program that you can possibly share with us uh, of this training that you're doing? And thirdly, I just wanted to make the remark that I think that there are basically three groups that should be targeted when these interventions are done. On the one hand, the adults, uh, so the parents, including the teachers and the managers of the school, principals, so on. Secondly, the student leaders uh, in the school, and thirdly, the uh, the learners in general. So it appears to me that that is the logical way of going about. Do you target all these stakeholders in your interventions? Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Question, and your first question was about a response. Um, First of all, when we are to us, in terms of a response, the fact that the learners mobilize themselves, about how many schools there were, about 8 schools, they mobilize themselves and come and propose to us that they want to do a march. First of all, on itself, that was a response, and they didn't just come straight to us. They said they reached out to their schools and they set out a date for themselves. All they did was they come up with the memorandum, and we looked with the memorandum and saw what we can do with this. And in terms of amending, was it comes from millennials, so we wanted at least to check it. And then, in terms of the response, I was just saying, because of we're working with stakeholders like um, with the municipality of Nelson Mandela Bay, as I was saying, we helped them in organizing this match, it was televised on national television, SABC, and it was one of the response that was magnificent to us that even Zozibini, Miss Universe, could reach out to us and send a video. I'll in fact send you on that email after this all these things that I'm talking about. So it was a response. But let me not just tell about this prestigious response. Let me just tell you about actually the type of work. First of all, when we went to schools, there were also what you call cases of bullying in schools. To tell you the truth, and if you can even go and do your investigation, in all the schools that we've been working and doing anti-bullying in schools, not a single schools today, like Lawson Brown, Boys in Spark, Tech, which is Itembelishe, Newell, just some of the schools that I forgot. All of these schools, there's not a single case of bullying. The only thing that I could say is that it's when a teacher, even a teacher now, a very significant a teacher that we've been working with in Tembelishe, she did a wonderful job. She adopted an LGBTI. She came to me and said, she told this young man, ever since she's been working with us, it was like it made even me emotional. She said, ever since she's been working with us, having to be part of these trainings when we go to schools, she witnessed one of her child that was an LGBTI, and she could tell that the chances of her being bullied are very high because of, first of all, she's LGBTI coming from a disadvantaged background. Yeah. So she ended up adopting that child now, that little girl in high school. And but on this train, she was not part of this training that we're making this last weekend because she was busy studying for the test that they are going to write, something like that. For she's in grade 10. So my point here is that it's one of the responses that I see that we have not received any case of bullying because the moment we realize that there's an issue of bullying, there's an issue of a teacher that is acting in a certain manner, we invite them, we quickly do a session with them, just to create a sense of them to understand the work that they are doing and the importance of the work that they are doing. And some of them, I even witnessed them, they were even crying because it is that time they realize the impact and negative impact that they are doing to learners. Coming to your second question, what was it, Ganene? Or are we working with Ilenduka, with other stakeholders, or in terms of other people like the adults? Before, first of all, we go to learners, the first thing that we normally do is that we we do a meeting with the teachers and invite the Department of Education because he is there's Sarah Batman. I'm saying Sarah Batman, Mr. Batman. I'm sorry to say Sarah, Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman is a gentleman who worked closely with from the Department of Basic Education. If we have a problem with the school in terms of having an access, we call Utada Sarah Batman, will always accompany us. And then we will develop working relations with that school. First of all, our training starts with teachers because they're an important component when it comes to the school institution. And then we invite the parents, all our parents, we do a sensitization with the parents. And then after that, we go to learners. Because I remember I once posted a picture on Twitter, where I just said pushing LGBTI agenda in schools. That picture, I don't know how many likes it went on, getting thousands and thousands of likes. But my point is that when I was reading the comment about people who they were saying, do the parent get a consent about you coming to teach our children about gazing? So I realized people, they think that maybe you're coming from a demonic point of view when you're going, to their children. So that's why it's important for us to invite parents. Schools, okay, they've got what we call a safety committee. is one of the people that we're working with. I remember there was a project that I was in, of which has got to do with what I'm talking about, where our the, this institution was assisting us with this work. They even invited an organization called the Guardian app, an institution that was helping learners in their phones to install the app where they will report e-bullying, they will report teachers who anonymously, they will report and report anything that seeks to, have an impact negative on them, especially the LGBTIQ plus community. So we are in that process. Then come to your last question. Your last question here, I still have to think about it. What you were saying about in last question.
Do you have a
What was the
specific
last question?
program that you can share with us? Sensitivity program.
Come again?
Do you have a specific sensitivity program that you can share with us? Or sensitization?
To this to these two schools, Itembelife and also in Inuit, and ask the teachers that we are working with to select learners that um, they think would be proper for this training, because they then know the learners more than we do and how they interact with other learners. And I also help to get the teacher because I go in those schools almost every day, so I know which learners also in these schools. And my thing is that we want was to select learners, these learners, and then we did a training with them, and which was about having to equip them with knowledge and skills in terms of if they've got any problem, they reported this to. And we even went as far, to give them what you call a referral system. If they've got any issues of any mental issues, these are the contacts they need to, if they've got any issues regarding their health, these are the contacts that they should, and because of we've got organizations like the Revive that are working within helping people with their mental issues. We've got organizations that are working within the framework of positive masculinity. With on that our system, we've got that referral system that we give them, so that at least they could also signal themselves whatever particular problem that they are faced with at disposal. So last week it was a program just equipping them with knowledge and skills with regarding to gender, um, diversity, and sexual orientation in schools, so that at least these learners could understand that it's a matter of agency now, the issue of having to create a sense of diversity. And what I would say is that the issue of these learners at that time they were busy raising, it's the uniform. I don't know, this thing now has become more apparent than ever. And it even shocks me, because you might think when we raise these issues, in that it's an external people who come with this agenda. It is the learners who are at the center. It's just that they are being, uh, faced with this toxic authority of teachers. Otherwise, the issue of uniform on how it should be expressed in schools is a matter of agency more than any time. As in now, it's a matter of agency. So I would say that's the only program, not only program, but a recent program we did with the learners, which is it was last weekend.
Okay, thank you very much. Mbulelo, that's very valuable. We just have one last question from Mr. Mpondo. Mr. Mpondo?
Okay.
Thank you, Mulelo. From my side, I just want to know if your organization is only working with township schools. If not, how is the reception, especially with private schools? Thank you.
Okay. Uh, let's say Innocent Brown is not a private institution. It's not a private institution, but it is found in a white suburb, and it's a civilized, I'll put it like that, more equipped school, and you know, it's a very in an area that is widely dominated, up and down. Um, they are very much more welcoming. In fact, they are cooperating. I remember sometimes I would just, even if I had some forgotten some lessons in schools, in lessons that I'm doing with e-learners, teachers would, this teacher who, Mr. Kotse, would even tell me that, Moo, you didn't do this. There's something you forget. Please come back. Let's work on that. If there's something, or this is what I've noticed. What I've noticed about them, they're very cooperative. When it comes to these schools in, in white suburbs, and in township, of which is it's much more of our work, because, and I think because of here, that's where the issues of the policemen and all these issues are taking place, and the problem of this toxic authority from teachers with regard to when they are doing with learners is that here in township, as our work here is more focused here, is that earlier on we went because of we were hearing these, news about bullying in schools. But at least now there's an improvement, and I must say we are also very pleased. But we are still working as this small organization that is working with number of schools in Nelson Mandela Bay, and hopefully we want to expand our scope of work, our scale in working with more and more schools. And hence, I was saying we're working with we're still engaging with the whole Department of Education, because we wanted to bring this curriculum. In fact, because of it's something that we to make it more, be part of their curriculum of teaching e-learners with gender diversity and sexual orientation. And I think we are getting there,
Okay.
a little bit and little bit. And we are the only organization so far that I've noticed that here in Mandela Bay that does what we are doing.
Thank you very much. I think that's very valuable. Advocate Mpoa, are you fine? Okay, so that is all from our side, Mbulelo, and we thank you for your participation and the ground level work that you and your organization is doing. And I hope that we can liaise with you in the future and make sure that that we touch base on where we do note the violations. And as you say that the issue of uniform is urgent now, and as you've put it, it's never been more urgent. So we look forward to working together, and at the end of the day, having proper directives emanating from this hearing, which can assist the learners on the ground. So thank you very much for your participation today at the inquiry. So we're moving on to our next witness, who is Advocate Shandukani Mutugula Ugoda. Advocate, you'll forgive me if the pronunciation is not correct, and we thank you for joining us. If you can take and connect and let us see you. Thank you, Mbulelo. You can just, there we go.
Okay.
Advocate Ugoda, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. Thank you so much, ma'am. The floor is yours.
I am, if I can switch off the camera because my network is a bit shaky so that you can hear me.
No problem. No problem. Thank you so much.
I am a parent of a grade 10 learner, and the other one is in grade 9. So the one that I will be focusing on is the girl who's in grade 10. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention the name of the school. She has been experiencing, and I will call it unfair discrimination, based on the fact that she is wearing her afro hair. She has been told several times that her afro must be tied up in a puff, or else she either cut it, she braids it, or she straightens them, because afro in its natural state is not allowed in the school. The other time she had a two-strand twist, and then she was told that the two-strand twist distract the teacher's view of the learner's face, so she must remove them and never do them ever again. But what surprises me is that the other learners are allowed to wear bangs. So I don't understand why two-strand twist will distract the learner's view, the teacher's view of the learner's face, whereas bangs will not. Then she does not comb her afro, because her afro is in a curl state. So if she combs her afro, she is going to lose the curls. And that's the natural state of her hair. Then she was told that she must comb her hair. If she's not combing her hair, she must just straighten her hair. And then with the boy one, he was told that he cannot grow his hair past 2 fingers. So they put 2 fingers on the forehead. That's how long the boy's hair must actually grow. And then I wrote a letter to the school to say that she cannot be wearing her hair in a puff every day because it causes her migraines. And then when she goes to school, she was told that because her mother has written a letter to school, she's now becoming a negative influence on other learners because she is allowed to wear her afro as it is. Then last week, she was told in front of others, she said they were alumni who were visiting the school. The principal told her that her hair looks like a bird nest. And I felt that this is violation of her right to human dignity, to embarrass my daughter in that manner in front of everyone. So that's what she has been experiencing. And then if she is to braid her hair, they say that she must braid the braids must actually have the same hair color. So if your hair is black, the braids must be black. They must not have any colors on them. So in brief, that is what my daughter has been experiencing, because her hair is considered inappropriate and untidy, and I don't understand why the school will even tell her that her afro is disruptive. Why will the hair be disruptive? Why will she be told that she's a bad influence on other learners? So in my view, I think the school policy and the application of that policy, if ever it is there, is discriminatory to black learners. Speaking on behalf of my daughter. And I think that policy is derogatory to black learners, and it violates their rights in terms of Section 9, subsection 3 of the Constitution on the basis of color, race, ethnic and social origin, among others. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Advocate, for your first-hand experience and your lived experience on this. I'm going to hand you over to Advocate Gam, Commissioner Gam, for follow-up questions, whereafter I will pose questions, as well as my colleague Ms. Nkondo will also pose questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Yes, no, I think you are very right. And what is interesting in terms of the claim of unfair discrimination, but what is interesting here is also actually the intersectionality of gender and race, that there is, unfair discrimination on both those grounds, and also looking at its intersectionality. Um, just wanted to also maybe have a bit more detail. What did you exactly say as to how your boy was told to wear his hair? Because we also looked into that matter yesterday, where boys are basically put in a position where they have to wear their hair short, which is also problematic from a gender discrimination perspective.
I sat down with him and asked him, and then he said that he doesn't want problems at school, so he will keep his hair short. He will only grow it during school recess. Um, he said, Mommy, really, I don't want to be in trouble with the teachers because I see other boys at school are in trouble because they've grown their hair. So I'll decide that I keep my hair short. I want to stay out of trouble. That is what he said.
Thank you, advocates. I've got a few questions. In respect of the process that we also use, we do put allegations to parties that may be implicated or referred to in the proceedings. So my first question is going to be to kindly provide us with the names of the respective schools to allow us to engage and also to allow us to alert the Department of Education where we deem it necessary. Number two is I want to know whether your experience of let's talk about the girl child first, having been told or being reprimanded or being policed in respect of her natural hair, whether as a mother you have seen any effect on her emotionally in terms of her schoolwork, and how you have addressed that or how she has been able to cope with that. So that's number two. And number three, I would just like almost an illustrative example on on the two fingers tests when it comes to the boy child's hair, and whether the educators would physically um, almost approach the child, touch the child to be able to assess the length of the hair, and what your views are in respect of that engagement of an educator towards the integrity of your child. Maybe I'll pause for now. I may have follow-up questions for you, Advocate, based on your responses. So let me give over to you for now first.
Thank you. With the first one, which is the name of the school, is George Randall High School. And the second one, with regards to my experience as a mother on my daughter emotionally, it's very difficult for her to prepare herself to school because she doesn't know what be what will happen to school that day on how she looks. So we struggle even over the weekend when washing her hair, preparing her for the week, how her hair should look, whether she should leave it as it is, whether she should tie it up, whether she should comb it. And with regards to combing, I wrote to school, I said to them, there is no comb which was designed with my daughter's hair in mind. Unless you give me one, then she will be able to comb her hair. Without a comb that is specifically designed for her, unfortunately, she's not going to comb her hair. Then it has a negative effect emotionally. It could be with other things that maybe she's going through at school, but she's going for therapy this Thursday. It will be her third week because she's emotionally drained. And then the therapist said I must book an appointment with a psychiatric. So I think this and maybe other factors are contributing factors to her state of mind at the moment. Then, with regard to the illustrative example, I have to put on switch on my video and show you. They said that 2 fingers from the forehead. This is how long the boy's hair should be. If it's above the 2 fingers, they must cut them. And then what they do, the educators will be the ones to approach the learners in class, and then on days to follow, they use the prefects. The prefects will be the ones when inspecting the uniform, they will be telling the learners on a daily basis that you must cut your hair. Your hair is inappropriate, it's untidy, it's not allowed in that state.
Thank you, Advocate. I'm sorry to hear that the exercising of the school's code of conduct has contributed to difficulty in respect of the well-being of the learners involved. What has been your engagement with the school, and what were their responses, informal or formal, to you when you addressed this with them specifically?
There was no formal response. I wrote a letter when she came back and told me that they said she must comb her hair or cut her hair, or she must actually braid her hair. And then I wrote a letter to the school informing them she will not be in a position to comb her hair because her hair is curly as it is, and then she will not be able to straighten her hair. And then, with regards to wearing her hair in a puff, I told them that it's not something that she can do on a daily basis because she has complained several times that she comes home with a migraine. They did not write back to me. What happened is that one educator that I normally communicate with just said, we have noted your letter. And then she was the one who was at later stage said to my daughter she is actually a bad influence because her mom has written a letter to school. She thinks she can do as she pleases with her hair. So that is what actually came back from school.
So, if my understanding is correct, there was, after your engagement with the school, there was no disciplinary steps taken towards your child formally, but informally, she was basically told as a result of her wearing her natural hair, she was a bad influence and a negative influence to others.
Yes, because at first, if ever the hair is in inverted commas inappropriate as they term it, you go for a detention. It's like you don't go for your lunch break until you sort out your hair. So since then they have not been giving her detention, but then telling her that she's a bad influence, and then telling her that her hair looks like a bad nest. That is something else, honestly.
You'll be able to provide us, maybe we can engage with you after the fact as well in terms of the details of these educators, specifically who refer to your child as a negative influence for wearing her natural hair, as well as the educator, the educator who made reference to your child's natural hair as a bird's nest. So we will engage with you, Advocate, after this as well. Um, do you think that your boy child, in respect of his need to also wear his hair in its natural form, has been discouraged as a result of seeing what his sister may have been put through by the educators, albeit not in a disciplinary form, but in an almost victimization form?
I think it has, because she, every second week she will be saying, "Mommy, I need money. I need to go to the salon and cut my hair. I don't want to be in trouble. Mommy, I need to cut my hair." So he makes sure that his hair is always short because he doesn't want to be in trouble. And then he will say, unlike my sister who can stand up for herself, I don't think I can stand up for myself at school with regards to the prefects and the teachers. So it's better I make sure that my hair is always short as they want it. So that is what I've experienced with him.
So almost a level of anxiety from him to make sure that he needs to be falling in line with this code of conduct of the school. On an ancillary matter, ma'am, if I can just request, in terms of the expenditure that would go along with trying to maintain the two-finger principle at the school, would you say that it's quite inconvenient, if I can put it like that? And would you say that lesser income households may also be adversely affected if one keeps on having to go back to maintain something at the end of the day to abide by the specific determination of a school's code of conduct?
I think a low income family household will really experience challenges financially for their children to maintain the standard that is required by the school. Because for me, I can say 60 rands or 100 rands for him to cut his hair per month is fine. But if he's cutting, like he requests that he cuts his hair every second week, sometimes it becomes really expensive on my side. The very same thing goes to when a girl child is told to straighten their hair. The maintenance of straightening hair is very expensive opposed to the Afro state hair. The very same thing goes to when they are requested to braid their hair. It is very expensive. So my daughter keep her natural Afro hair because it is who she is. It defines who she is and what she stands for. But when she's requested to to divert and be someone else who she is not, by straightening her hair, really I think it really keeps, it pressurizes her and it affects her emotionally as well. Because when you are told to do something that you don't believe in, you are actually told to change who you are, to change how you look. How do you change how you look? Because that is who you are. And she has never straightened her hair since she was born. So she's now told she must straighten her hair or actually cut her hair. I think this is really unfair on learners.
Thank you so much, Advocate. I think I'm going to pause there. I may have some follow-up questions as well. And I'm going to give you over. Okay, Mr. Mpondo says he is covered. Commissioner, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Ma'am, so yeah, I think in respect of the information that you've provided to us, it's clear that this determination may be a cause for having a closer look at what in fact is the well-being of our children in schools whilst trying to adhere to these types of stipulations in a school's code of conduct. I do think at Advocate Ugoda that it is very important for us to engage with you further, specifically to inquire about the details about the words uttered and also the identity of the educators who have uttered these words. And we hope to have some positive outcomes from this hearing. We mentioned yesterday that when we address policies, guidelines, and legislation in respect of children, there's a need for urgency. because our learners will be exiting the school system after having not been privy to the change that is required. And having a look at both your children, Advocate, grade 10, grade 9, it's already in their second phase of schooling. And I hope that we still have time to positively affect their experience when they do access basic education. So that is everything from my side and the panel. And we do thank you for attending the session today. I think you've provided us with valuable information.
Thank you very much to you and the Human Rights Commission for giving me this opportunity and for putting the interests of our children first and making sure their rights to education and well-being are well taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. For purposes of the proceedings, we will be taking a tea break. Zuki, how long are we? Tembi, also our next speaker. I think if we can have a tea break of 30 minutes, then we will be ready for the next participant. All right, so thank you everyone who's attending. We will be returning, Commissioner, at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We are returning to this session. Thank you for your patience whilst we addressed one or two technical issues this side. We are fortunate enough to be joined by Dr. Lokesh Maharaj, who will do a formal introduction of himself in a minute, whereafter we will be posing questions and comments to the presenter in respect of the presentation that was provided to us. Thank you so much, Dr. Maharaj. The floor is yours. Dr. Maharaj, I think you may be muted. I can hear there's something coming through, Dr. Maharaj, but it is very faint. I'm not sure whether it is maybe the headphone set, but we can't really hear anything.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
That's better, Dr. Maharaj. If I can, though, request that you do speak up. We've got
Okay, yes,
participants
sure.
in the room that's only reliant on the audio from my computer, so it gets a bit
Okay,
tricky. But thank you so much for
all right.
joining us. We can hear you.
Sure. No problem. Thank you very, very much. Good morning to everybody. I'm Dr. Lokesh Maharaj. I'm actually a senior lecturer in education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, but I'm here this morning as the head of the Priests Council of the South African Hindu Mahasabha. So I just wanted to make one little correction. So we are the South African Hindu Mahasabha. Hindi is the language, Hindu is the religion. So, and the Hindu Mahasabha represents people from different language groups. So it includes Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, etc. But thank you very, very much for this opportunity. Ma'am, would you like me to do the presentation or shall I take it as read?
Um, Dr. Maharaj, I think it would be very valuable for you to do the presentation, if you don't
Okay.
mind.
No, I'm not. That's not a problem. Perfect, perfect. Just tell me when I'm not clearly audible so that I can improve. Okay, so let me begin by with a preamble and a context to this presentation to say that Hinduism promotes peace, harmony, non-violence, as well as religious and cultural tolerance. So, according to the Rig Veda, we have a saying which is Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, which is that truth is one. Wise people call it by various names. Ahimsa, which is not harming humans or animals, permeates Hindu scriptures. The ultimate goal for Hinduism is material and spiritual well-being of humanity. So universal peace mantras from time immemorial have been part of Hindu traditions. So for example, in the one of the Upanishads, we have a prayer which says, may all be happy, may all be free from diseases, may all look for the well-being of others. In 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognized the inherent dignity and equal inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. The Hindu equivalent of the human family is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the world is one family. This is from an Upanishad called the Maha Upanishad. And this is also the motto of the South African Hindu Mahasabha. This resonates with concepts such as Batho Pele, which is putting people first, and Ubuntu, which is humanity to others. Hindu and Indian identity is significantly intertwined in South Africa. The origins of Hinduism in South Africa can be traced back to the agricultural labor requirements of colonial Natal in the mid 19th century. The indentured Indians came mainly as isolated individuals, not in family units, and the ratio between men and women was 3 to 1. The laborers were housed in shacks and huts with no privacy. There was no documentary proof of legal marriages. The extraordinary accomplishment of the indentured Indian is thus under such circumstances, or is that under such circumstances, they were able to develop united families and impose deep moral values on the rising generation, so that at the present time, the family is recognized as the most important and stable social institution through which their beliefs and morals are transmitted. The general success and prosperity of the immigrant group and the ability to overcome almost impossible odds generated a great deal of envy, bitterness, and anti Indian sentiments. Indians struggled against discrimination, poverty, lack of education, political and civic representation, and religious and cultural marginalization for 130 years. Hindus managed to survive the economic and political onslaught against them primarily because of their community survival strategies. It is well known that apartheid suppressed political freedom and stifled religious choices, favoring a narrow Christian Calvinistic agenda that was implicitly anti Hindu and anti Islam. In his message on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the South African Hindu Mahasabha on the 31st of May 1993, Swami Shivpadananda of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa said, many organizations sprang up in the dark days of apartheid in South Africa, trying to bring about understanding and peace. Religion and culture were looked down upon, turmoil and suspicion, privation and starvation were running rampant. People of the same faith, worshipping the same God, had to pray separately because of their natural colors. Religion divided the congregation, creating superiority and inferiority complexes. This brought about inequality. Unquote. Group Areas Act of 1950. Temples, halls, and other cultural institutions were destroyed in areas such as Cato Manor, Riverside, and Clearwood. A major consequence of forced removals was the eroding of the joint family system and traditional lifestyles. The Mahasabha emphasized these issues in its submission to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In the post-apartheid era, South Africans enjoyed freedom of worship, and Hinduism is constitutionally recognized religion. While South Africa is a secular state, Nelson Mandela had emphasized that in South Africa, there shall also be a social order which respects completely the culture, language, and religious rights of all sections of our society and the fundamental rights of the individual. A key issue is in what ways have minority groups, viewed in the Calvinistic apartheid era as heathens and savages, and their faiths, cultures in South Africa been portrayed in the national psyche. The reality is that except for rhetorical homage on Heritage Day, minority cultures and faiths are largely invisible in South Africa, and there are some disturbing examples and experiences of insensitivity and lack of respect for minority faiths. This will be illustrated in this presentation with a reference to disrespect for Hindu religious symbols in some schools. We want to bring to your attention situations that occasionally raises its head in some educational and business institutions and organizations. This has to do with Hindu pupils, students, or employees being asked to remove items of religious significance, such as the wearing of red strings on wrists, no studs, red dot on forehead, etc. Many aggrieved individuals report these incidents to the South African Hindu Mahasabha. As the national representative organization for Hindus in this country, we take up these matters on their behalf. We at the Sabha believe that it would benefit leaders and officials of organizations to understand the significance of the items worn by Hindus to prevent these incidents or situations from arising in the first place. Hindus wear various apparel that may be considered insignificant and possibly inappropriate, but are actually of deep significance. Let me look at the wearing of the Raksha Sutra or the red string. So Raksha Sutra is the raw cotton, colored red or white, tied around the wrist of devotees participating in worship. Every time the wearer sees this thread, it should remind them of this prayer or appeal for protection, and it should remind us of God. When we think of God, there is no opportunity to engage in impure or sinful activities, and this, avoiding wrong activities, is our protection. Having asked for protection, which we consider is the best or highest protection, there is no reason for despair and losing hope. So, this thread reminds us that we have the best possible protection, and it gives us hope, preventing despair, depression, suicides, etc. Any appeal to God must be accompanied by an effort on our part. In other words, we must allow God to fulfill our appeals by creating the right environment. Our efforts create this environment. The above also applies to other apparel such as nose studs. If I look now at the dot on the forehead, whether it is called a bottu, bindi, or tilak, this dot adorns Hindu women's foreheads, and it is not just a decoration but has significance in the Hindu religion. It was worn between the eyes and symbolizes the soul, the spiritual eye or the third eye, the place of wisdom, and center point of concentration. The red dot also indicates the marital status of women and has been part of Hindu culture for millennia. Much more can be said, but the above mentioned are the essence. So heads and officials of organizations, institutions must also note that the Constitution of South Africa allows for freedom of expression and protects religious and cultural rights. We would now like to bring to your attention the decision of the High Court of South Africa regarding a young Indian girl, Sonali Pillai, wearing a nose stud. The case appeared in the High Court in 2006-2007. The High Court declared the decision prohibiting the wearing of a nose stud in school by Hindu or Indian learners to be null and void. Both the school and the department appealed directly to this court. Chief Justice Langa wrote the majority judgment, and he was assisted by various other judges. He found that it was in the interest of justice for the court to consider the matter because of the impact the decision would have on schools across the country. He held that the rule prohibiting the wearing of jewelry had the potential for indirect discrimination because it allowed certain groups of learners to express their religious and cultural identity freely while denying that right to others. The evidence before the court showed that wearing a nose stud was a voluntary practice that formed part of Sonali Pillai's South Indian Tamil Hindu culture, which was inseparably intertwined with the Hindu religion. He emphasized that obligatory and voluntary practices qualified for protection under the Equality Act. The school had therefore interfered with Sonali Pillai's religion and culture. As that burden was not imposed on others, the school's interference discriminated against Sonali Pillai. What was relevant was not whether the practice was characterized as religious or cultural, but its importance for the individual in question. Nor was it sufficient to state that Sonali Pillai could attend another school. Our constitution requires the community to affirm and reasonably accommodate a difference, not merely tolerate it as a last resort. So C.J. Langa observed that the school had taken meaningful steps to accommodate diversity in its community, and that uniforms and school rules served an important purpose in education. However, this case was not about uniforms in general, but a specific exemption to a uniform. There was no evidence that permitting this particular exemption would imperil uniformity or school discipline in general. The fact that granting an exemption to Sonali Pillai might encourage more learners to express their religion or culture was to be celebrated and not feared. Accordingly, the Chief Justice concluded that the school's discrimination against Sonali Pillai was unfair. He granted an order declaring that the refusal by the school to grant her an exemption from the code unfairly discriminated against her. In addition, he ordered that the school, in consultation with learners, parents, and staff, amend the code to provide for procedure to reasonably accommodate religious and cultural practices. So, dress codes in schools have the potential to create conflicting interests. So, while on the one hand, learners have the right to express themselves through their clothing, teachers, on the other hand, are expected to maintain orderly and safe environments in schools. Now, as we grapple with finding a balance between these conflicting interests, we should seek input from community, religious and traditional leaders, parents, and caregivers. While agreeing on the traditional and religious dress to be worn at schools, schools should also have conflict resolution skills to handle any possible conflicts. So we agree with the authors Deval, Mestre, and Rousseau, who say that policies should be reviewed annually and not be reviewed during or immediately after controversies. To this end, Deval, Elder, and Nelda advise that, and I quote, unexamined school practices in many arenas may be causing unfair discrimination for learners. School officials can use the factors for assessing discrimination specifically stipulated in the Equality Act to begin a dialogue with the school, the parents, caregivers, and the community regarding whether unfair discriminatory practices exist. Relying on the Equality Act, an entry point for such a dialogue could be whether the discrimination impairs or is likely to impair human dignity. When human dignity is threatened, learners are unlikely to grow and to develop their full potential. Human dignity would certainly be a powerful lens for school officials to use in examining pluralism and learners' freedom in South African schools. Let us celebrate religious cultural diversity at school through policy and procedure. The position of the South African Hindu Mahasabha is that cultural and religious rights, like the wearing of red strings and dots on foreheads, must be respected. As stated above, these items are not merely fashion accessories, but have deep religious significance. The Mahasabha will therefore support all Hindus in this regard. In this regard, the Mahasabha appreciates the support of the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the very informative presentation. I hope colleagues will just get a copy from you for our records as well. I'm going to now hand you over to Commissioner Gam for questions. And after that, myself and my colleague, Mr. Mfundo, will also be posing questions. So over to you, Commissioner Gam.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your informative presentation, Dr. Maharaj. I don't really have a question at this point in time. Safe to say that you have made the points about reasonable accommodation of cultural and religious expression quite clearly, and I think we are in full agreement with your approach as far as that is concerned, and will most definitely also refer to those issues when we make our findings and directives and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Doctor. I would like to have your view on not necessarily the Pillay case in general, but one or two elements that we highlight from that case, because I want you to assist me with your understanding in respect of almost the subjective nature of approving reasonable accommodation. Now, you've mentioned the reasonably accommodate principle, and also you've mentioned some academic article referring to beginning a dialogue within the schools and parents, etc. Now, we've spent the last day and a half, more particularly yesterday, speaking about the non-binding nature of the guidelines issued by the Department of Education. And why I'm mentioning that is if we go down and we almost leave it in the hands of the school themselves, the parents and the teachers at that micro level, is there not a risk then that in some schools a certain approach would be taken, in other schools another approach would be taken, because of the subjective nature of allowing for these reasonable accommodations? So I understand, though, that in terms of religion and culture, there would be accepted practices or known practices. But my first would then be your comment on, do we leave it at a school level? And then my second would be, these practices, do you feel that one needs to go and prove them, as opposed to a non-religious person or a person wanting to wear a different hairstyle, for instance, whereas the onus would be on the child wishing to, and I'm sorry for using the word accessory, because I know you expressly said it, these are not accessories, but uh, for lack of a better a word, these are accessories that are then being tested almost to say that you need to come and prove that it in fact forms part of your religion. You need to come and prove that in fact it does form part of your culture. Do you think we are serving diversity justice by having people proving that this in fact forms part of a cultural or traditional practice? Or do you think we should just accept diversity? And when it doesn't infringe on the rights of basic education, that we allow children to express themselves, whether it be culture, whether it be religion, or just self expression. To give you an indication, and not to equate it, but just for argument's case, in terms of the Rastafarian culture, whereas evidence was led in the Western Cape to say this hairstyle or this expression, in fact, forms part of my culture and my religion. Now, my question would be in respect of my second element: do you feel that we need to prove ourselves to those administrators at school? Or do you think we need to move towards a more tolerant and diverse environment, whereas whichever expression, as long as it does not impede on basic education, would be accepted without having to form part of an exemption, basically? So I'd like to hear you on just those two elements, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much
just to
for
add
that.
to that quickly, yeah, I think the problem is that the reasonable accommodation is, as Dr. Carter has indicated, is an objective test, whilst expression is inherently a subjective, uh, is subjective in nature, in a sense. So shouldn't we, simply allow learners to individually express their identity as they uh, choose to do?
Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I, the first, I think the point that you made about, whether we should leave it to individual schools, um, or whether this is something that the department should be doing, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there is a problem with the subjective nature of it if we leave it to individual schools, and so maybe there needs to be a mechanism where maybe we engage with the departments about um, uh, with regard to some of these apparel that people are wearing. I do see the danger of it, kind of running away from us if we simply leave it to schools only. But I think the discussion starts at that level, and then it can work its way up. So once schools have these discussions with parents, it could then inform policy at a more provincial or national level. The idea about the second thing that you spoke about was, let me see if I can remember that clearly, whether they need to prove them. See, so thus far, this has been the situation where people have had to prove the significance or show the significance of what they were wearing. So there was an example of nurses, for example, in Durban, who were asked not to wear the red dot or have the red vermilion put onto the forehead, of married women, and that had to be then the representation had to be made to prove that what was the significance of that thing. So it shouldn't be, in an ideal society, we should not be asked to prove those things that we those symbols or cultural symbols that we use to people. It shouldn't be the case in an ideal society. But unfortunately, I think yesterday I listened in a little bit to your discussion, and I think there was a reference to this whole issue of decolonialism. And so I think a lot of what is happening in schools today is still informed by a colonial mentality. So for example, I know of schools, and I hope I'm not digressing now, where in summer it's compulsory to wear a blazer, and not just wear a blazer, but also have the buttons on at all times. So my question then is, where does this idea come from? That students have to wear a blazer in summer and they have to have it buttoned on. So a lot of what is happening is perhaps because of a colonial thinking, that during colonial times, it was compulsory for people to prove everything. But the question then is, I'm not sure how we're going to bring about a balance to remove the subjectivities from it, between whether somebody should be able to prove it, or we should just give carte blanche for them to wear whatever they want. Because the other side of the argument would be then, at what point do you stop allowing these kinds of things? So yeah, that's just my thoughts on these. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So that's very valuable. I want to just ask your views on. We have dealt with the red string or red string incidences, and we have looked at what schools' code of conduct determine when we do deal with these matters of the red string. And what we've picked up was that, as Pile has indicated, that there needs to be an exemption and a process put in place, etc., etc. But what we've seen in terms of schools of code of conduct is that the learners are requested to wear the red string under the jersey or the blazer so that it is not visible. And we've seen that on a few occasions. Now, listening to your presentation, though, of the meaningfulness and the symbolism behind the red string is, in fact, to remind the wearer of its significance, and, in fact, to be reminded consistently of its significance. So, do you think that schools requesting that it be hidden in fact, from any view, in actual fact, goes against the religious principle of wearing the red string. And do you think when they do request it to be hidden behind the blazer or the jersey, that that is contestable?
Yeah, actually, I think so. Yes, I think it is
Okay.
contestable because it defeats the purpose
Mm.
of having the red string. One should be able to wear the red string with pride and without having to hide that from anybody. But having said that, I must also caution that um, that on the part of Hindus who wear this, they also need to exercise a certain amount of reasonableness. So for example, the religion does not call for multiple strings to be worn on the hand. I think the problem that schools may be having is that when students put multiple strings on their hand and it looks, for want of a better word, it looks untidy. So students also need to understand that while they have a right to wear the string, there's also a responsibility that comes to it. See, because if we don't exercise our Hindu right in a responsible manner, then we go against the whole idea of ahimsa, which is non-violence. And non-violence is not just about physical; it's about hurting anybody's sentiments, for that matter. So I'm saying that one should not be asked to hide the red string, but at the same time, the wearer of the red string needs to understand that in the same way that your hair needs to look uh, presentable, no matter what style it may be in the same way that your clothing needs to be look presentable. Similarly, you must wear the red string. For me, one red string is sufficient because the religion does not call for multiple red strings to be worn on the hand, and it must be look presentable, uh, and therefore there's no need then for that string to be hidden, because I wouldn't understand why the string needs to be hidden. If somebody is wearing it as a fashion statement, or they are trying to put multiple colors and then that needs to be brought to book. So I'm saying that there's no need to hide the string, but at the same time, those of us who are wearing the string must understand that we have certain responsibilities, and there's a particular way in which that string should be worn as well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Louisa, if I can give over to you for further questions. You're fine. All right, Commissioner, do you have any follow-up engagement? Okay, nothing from your side. Doctor, I know you are booked to leave us. I just want to maybe test you on this, because you've also indicated that you are involved in lecturing and you're with the varsity. Just to test you, your understanding on the subjective or objective determination of what is tidy and untidy. You've made mention about we need to make sure that our learners look neat or tidy and they don't look untidy. Maybe the significance of that, or your view in respect of access to basic education, and to what extent should we go to protect almost, I'm going to refer to it, it's not, but the right to tidiness of the school, having their learners look tidy, vis-a-vis the right to cultural, religious diversity and self-expression. Just this is just your view. Just before you leave
Yeah,
us, I would
yeah.
find it very interesting.
Okay,
Thank you
sure.
so much.
Yeah. You see, if I can maybe look at this from a Hindu point of view, in the ancient Gurukul systems. So the Gurukul system was where the child was sent away to an ashram, to an hermitage, left in the care of the guru or the teacher. And one of the things that the child had to do in the Gurukul was to shave the head, whether that was a male or a female. Okay. And the whole idea here was that the less attention that the child paid to grooming, the more attention he or she would pay to education. And the hair is, whether we like it or not, it is the one object of pride and ego in every human being. You know, if I can go to the extent of telling you that I may leave the home without taking a bath, but I will not leave home without combing my hair, because because that's the kind of ego that I attach to my hair. And so the ancient Gurukul system wanted to alleviate this fixation with hair by saying that shave the hair off. But of course, you cannot impose those kind of rules today. That served its purpose in a particular time. It served its purpose. I'm not sure that that's something that we can impose on people these days. But I think what we need to bring to the attention of our learners is that you may dress in whichever way you like. You can wear your hair in whichever way you like, but let's not lose focus of why we are at school. Okay, so while it's important for me as a Hindu to have my dot, while it's important for me as a Hindu to wear a red string, while it might be important for somebody to keep the Rastafarian kind of hair or whatever the case may be, what is the focus for the learner? The focus is that we are here to be educated. And so anything, the child must come to the realization that anything which prevents me or deprives me of gaining a meaningful education in school is something that I need to reconsider. Right? So I'm not saying that the afro necessarily impedes upon, but at least the child needs to understand. Let's not fixate on these outward appearances, as important as they are, as much as I hope I'm not contradicting myself, as much as I said that it's important for these Hindu symbols to be shown. But I think we, as adults, we need to bring to the attention of our children, what is the purpose of education? So within that, we must not lose focus of why we are at schools. And the other point that we need to make is that as adults, we must understand that we need to set an example. I think, I'm not sure if he's the original author of this, but I read once Professor Jonathan Jansen saying that children, learners do not listen to teachers, they imitate what teachers do. And this is true of all our children. Children imitate our behavior. So we need to set the right example as teachers, as lecturers, and as parents. So we need to make our children understand that while you are free to wear your hair in whichever way you want to, depending on what your religion or your culture calls for, let's not lose focus of why we are at school. Because once we lose focus of why we are at school, by paying too much attention to these apparel, which I still think is important, then what happens is we lose, it defeats the purpose for which we are in school. So for me, I think let's make our children understand that it's important for you to dress in whichever way you like. You may choose to be untidy in the eyes of certain people, but let not that so-called untidiness impact on what is happening in schools. But teachers need to also understand this as well as the learners.
Perfect. Thank you, Doctor. I know you need to leave us. Just a last question from Commissioner Gao.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, it appears to me that some of these matters that you are mentioning in terms of how many strings should be worn, etc., might be best left with parents and the religions to deal with. And that as far as the school environment is concerned, that there, the focus should be on allowing learners to, express their identity. So obviously, different parents educate their own children differently. Different religions have different issues that they highlight and that they bring across. but that in the school environment we don't, go to issues of what is now tidy and what is not tidy, and stuff like that, because it is also a secular environment supposed to be. Wouldn't you, agree with that? So, I mean, if there is a child that wants to wear two strings, then I mean, the parent can have a conversation with the child to say, I mean, this is not really what the religion requires, whatever the case may be. But if that child really still want to express herself that way, then she should be allowed to do that, because it's also about expressing a particular identity. Wouldn't you, agree with that approach? Because otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult question as to what is tidy and what's not tidy, and we're going to have different positions all over the place. I think
That is correct.
and that the main test is only one, and that is it should not disrupt education. That is the test in the final analysis. That nothing should disrupt education, which is a difficult test.
Yes. So I think yes, the expression of identity, should be allowed. It must not overshadow what the purpose of education is.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. This was very informative,
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
it's really very valuable information also from your side. And I do think um, we've heard some elements that we can incorporate into our findings, specifically in respect of the test, the subjectivity, and also how schools currently think that they are accommodating, but in actual fact, they are not assisting these learners. They are hiding a symbol that should not be hidden. So it's also a lesson for us to learn to take forward, that when we also adjudicate these codes of conduct, whether they are accommodating or they're responsive to the cultural and traditional needs, that we do take note of the purpose behind the symbols, and that is not at the end of the day hidden from the bigger picture. So thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your attendance, and we look forward to engaging.
Thank you very, very much. And I also want to thank you all for this initiative. I think this is a wonderful way of, helping better the situation in our country, especially for our young children. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the discussions that we had here today.
Thank you,
All the
Doctor.
best to all.
All the best.
Thank you.
Had two cancellations in respect of appearance at the last minute. So we may have to take an early lunch. It is now 12 o'clock, and we are due back at 2 o'clock for the engagement of the House of Traditional Leaders, followed by COSAS. So for now, we will be standing down due to these cancellations. until 2 o'clock. So thank you for joining us, and we will see you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our second session for the day into the provincial inquiry into the right to basic education and the regulation of school uniforms and appearances. I am Eileen. I'm the head of the Human Rights Commission in Eastern Cape, and we are privileged to be joined by the acting chairperson, Nkosi Zweledumile Mavuso. And I think if you are ready to proceed, we will be happy to receive your presentation. So the floor over to you. There we go.
Thank you, Program Director. Chairperson of the Commission, members of the Commission, invited guests, and everybody present in this inquiry. Thank you so much for the opportunity you have given to the House. The House welcomes the interest of the Commission in addressing this thorny subject and hopes that an amicable solution will be reached so as to restore our African cultural values as a people. The Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders by law is established to advise government and organs of state, amongst others, on matters pertaining to cultural practices that have been bequeathed to us by our forebears. The House has gone as far as initiating programs aimed at creating awareness about our age-old custom and rituals, and the House Committee on Traditions, Culture, and Customs is critical in enhancing this program. In recent times, we have witnessed an unfortunate anomaly of intolerance and unacceptance of African culture rituals by many, including our own African people, in the urban complexes who are mimicking the white man unashamedly. The continued humiliation and belittling of our cultural values leaves behind a bastardized culture that can only thrive at a race and pace allowed by the dominant culture. For slowly, our culture is reduced into a subculture. Our problem started in 1652 on the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck and the arrival of colonialists, and later on missionaries in our shores when they introduced European culture through our education system. Traditional leaders and their subject were baptized and sent to missionary schools and were made to change. Can you scroll up again? The person that is scrolling the presentation, please scroll up again. Thank you. Thank you. Traditional leaders and their subject were baptized and sent to missionary schools, were made to change their indigenous names for the European names, and that was the beginning of our acculturation. The example is Zonnebaum College in Cape Town. A fusion of different cultures, but in our case, this fusion has been extremely one-sided from then, and we've been experiencing European dominance and inferiority complex. King Nweka, in year 1817, upon realizing the true intention of missionaries, he signed a proud accession of independence to the missionaries. You have your manner
I quote, "You have your manner to wash and decorate yourself on the Lord's day, and I have mine, the same in which I was born, and I shall follow. I have given over for a little to listen to your word, but now I'm done with it. For if I have not your law, I must entirely overturn on my own. And that I shall not do. I shall begin now to dance and praise my beasts as much as I please." Scroll down. "And shall let all see who is the head of this land." Close quote. King Micah chose to pursue his own customs and traditions, which included dancing and celebrating cattle in poetry, rather than following the missionaries' way of life, which included the Christian word. Micah perceives the two cultural moves as antithetical. Acceptance of the white man's word necessarily entailed overturning Xhosa customary life. Over the decades, white settlers increasingly encroached on Amaxhosa territory, and a devastating series of frontier wars. This is possessed Micah and his subjects much later on, likes of Reverend Tiosoka, Makiwane, Mia, Company Mzimba, James Brown, John Knox Boko, were to lead breakaway churches and preaching self-love and belief by establishing a more accommodating black theological system inspired by African values. I am giving this historical background out of a newfound frustration that almost after 200 years since colonial era and 27 years into our democracy, we are still confronted by our culturation. Heritage is what we have bequeathed from our forefathers and what we are transmitting into our future generations. The House has a legislative responsibility of creating an environment of coexistence between African cultural custom and the Western influence that seems to dominate in our country, even in the democratic South Africa. There seems to be efforts to tear seams of spiritual power by those hell-bent on discrediting credibility of our African traditional values. So we're of the view that our education system has to be decolonized in order to accommodate our own identity as African people. As we are building our nation, it should not be material things that should matter so much, but values which the new nation is built. So our society must be able to integrate all culture and customs. To be able to integrate all culture and our custom that are practiced without prejudice. Other nations do not compromise their culture, or it's within their own rights. So why should we think little of ourselves when one has a calling from his ancestors, be it a learner or employee? That person should not be prejudiced by a dignified, respectable atmosphere. It has to be created for her to be able to connect with his or her ancestors freely of for ukuphila kuye. Sorry about that. So government policies should not seek to abolish our customs. We have to promote mutual reconciliation and understanding between those who believe and those who do not believe. We have to be matured about these things, and more awareness is needed generally about tolerance and acceptance of our diversity. So our appeal to government is that we need to invest more on tangible aspects of our development. The issue of the soul. It could be that all social ills that we're battling with are as a result of us turning away from who we are. We are Africans, and part of restoration of our pride and dignity is to infuse life back into our empty shells for a lost generation that has neglected itself. It's fortunate that we view many of our cultural values as backward and evil. So we're calling upon government and civil society to develop policies that seek to protect the rights of our people, as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. Spiritual healers have an important contribution to make in our country, and we're calling for their recognition without any condition. The so-called educated people must understand that we live in a plural society, but all this must protect protected through policy. For as long our children are not taught about their own history, for as long elders' oral history is not documented and used for the betterment of our people, are going to be challenged by these man-made problems. So we have to foster social cohesion by leveling the fields for all and parents at home, as well as impart this knowledge to their children, for their part responsible for some of these deaths. Social media space is very cruel and has to be regulated as much as possible. Our cultural values cannot go down during our time, so we need to give the world a more human face. As traditional leaders, we're standing on the shoulders of King, and we're calling upon for sanity to prevail. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mavuso, for your presentation, and I hope that colleagues also get a copy of that presentation to allow us to work from there. I think, Mr. Mavuso, if you will allow me just to ask one or two questions and possibly have your comments on the inquiry in general and how specifically when we look at the appearance of learners at schools, when we look at accessories learners wish to wear to school, particularly from a diverse cultural point of view, what would be your view? What would enable learners, from your view, it would be from the province of the Eastern Cape, to be able to freely express their traditional customs when they do put on uniforms and when they do go to school? So, from that perspective, from the House of Traditional Leaders, what can be done possibly better to, as you've pointed out, and we also had a discussion on this yesterday and today, to decolonize the perception that learners need to look and act and participate in a certain way when they do go to school, the education system. So just your comment on that before I will ask my panel members whether they have any other questions to you. Over to you, Mr. Mavuso.
Thank you, ma'am. My comment would be, for instance, when I look at history books of today, since 1994, our kids are not taught about, for instance, the 9 frontier wars that were fought by the Xhosa chiefs in a period of 100 years. That is not in their curriculum. Secondly, our kids are not taught about their customs and traditions. Rather, they're always indoctrinated by these Western values. For instance, as the House of Traditional Leaders, we are under extreme attack as a province on the issue of initiation. And we've been asking the Department of Education that Initiation is a rite of passage. The surgery part is just part of the initiation. So we want boys that will be men, that will be protecting communities, that will be protecting the tribes and their nation, to be thought about their closer and that in this country. Hence, to some extent, we view our constitution of the Republic as Eurocentric and not Afrocentric, because it does not promote the African value system. Rather, it promotes more the Western culture amongst our African people. So perhaps we need to go to the drawing board and review our curriculum and look at it now. For instance, accounting, physics, mathematics are taught in schools in English. And English is a foreign language to us. But if you go to other countries, other developing countries, they're starting to teach their children in their indigenous languages. And English is a foreign language to us. It's a language of a former colonizer. And unfortunately, government and chapter 9 institutions should assist us to instill these values that are African, rather promoting other African values. For example, last week we had a talk with the king of the temples. The king of the temples is going to court and is asked by a judge to stand up. And the king refused, that he's the first citizen of the temple nation. He cannot stand up for a commoner. For instance, if you go to England, there's no judge in England that can ask Queen Elizabeth to stand up. So I'm raising these issues that at some point in time, even if they are thorny, we need to talk about these issues and debate them as a country, and we see where they put us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mavuso. I'm gonna though ask you. You've indicated we may need to go back to the drawing board. So let's do that. How does the drawing board look to you in promoting these non-Eurocentric approaches within the schooling environment of our children? You've already indicated towards two things: the decolonization of the curriculum as a whole, and then you've spoken about the initiation practices to almost society needs to be more engaging and tolerating these customs. But I want you to humor me and to maybe zone in closer in terms of the needs of the children of the Eastern Cape. Because we have received complaints where children were not allowed to, for instance, wear the isipandla to school, or they were ridiculed or they were disciplined as a result of that. We've been speaking for 2 days in respect of natural hair. If we zone closely into the topic of the day, which is uniform and appearances, what is the view of the House? How can we better the system in allowing for more inclusion and diversity in how we are currently dealing with children and uniforms and accessibility of education nationally, but within the province? So if we speak about going back to the drawing board, maybe this is our opportunity, because what the Human Rights Commission is going to do is we will be drawing from this inquiry and from the submissions made, such as that from yourself and the House, to make directives towards the relevant stakeholders to see whether we can improve in respect of the implementation of human rights within the country and the Eastern Cape specifically. So if we can go back to that, I'd like to hear your views practically. What do you think we need to do? What does the child in the Eastern Cape need from the House's point of view?
Let me respond this way. I think when we need to have a national or provincial dialogue on these issues. And based from that, we develop a program. For example, last summer season initiation, we lost about 49 boys. 14 of them, they contemplated their manhood.
Sure.
And it shouldn't be like that. There's no tradition or custom that kills. And we said, traditional surgeons were trained. Boys were tested for COVID and other sexually transmitted diseases. But the only thing that kills abantwana is dehydration and septicemia. And the question is, you as a parent, how do you allow a situation whereby your child does not take water, he's not getting dressed correctly? Or septicemia is just a wound that has not been taken care of. And where are men in this issue? And why would families allow such a situation? So perhaps I can respond in that way, that we need to sit down as a province, identify key stakeholders that should lead this process, perhaps the commission and the department that is responsible for social cohesion, and we take these issues forward in the House of Traditional Leaders. I think that if we can do that, that would be better. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mavuso. Commissioner Gump, do you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Mavuso? No follow-up questions from Commissioner Gump. Okay, let me give you over to my colleague. There we go.
Good day, Nkosi Mavuso. Zelidumile. I have 3 questions, Nkosi Mavuso. In your presentation, you mentioned the fact that there are programs that the House do have. So I want to ask, is there a program aimed at creating awareness on diversity? That is the first question. My second question is, are there any complaints that were reported to the House or where the House is involved? And then my last question is on the engagement. Are there any engagements between the House and the department? And if so, what is the response of the department in as far as it relates to the school uniform, especially Amakwala, that's a school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as a province, in as far as diversity, I can say we don't have much on diversity program. For instance, we had a challenge around the issue of the Initiation Act, because we said we passed legislation that said boys must go to the mountain when they are 18 years old. And we forgot that the Fubis and the Sutus, they take boys as early as 14 years to that. And later on, we amended the legislation after we found by the court that this legislation mainly it focuses on causes than looking at the dynamics of the province. So perhaps I note that we should take it up with our department and the house, and we see how we can develop a program in as far as that diversity. On the reported cases, there are two reported cases. One is in Tujua Spa, whereby a young girl during Heritage Month was wearing Inqiyo and going, I would say, without clothes on top, no bra, no nothing, but just habits. And he was stopped by the security who entered the shop. And this matter was brought to the house. And it was a big hoo-ha at the community of Tujua by stopping people to buy from that spa. Well, that spa is not sensitive to African, is not tolerant to African culture and so on, until we intervened. And then we spoke to the owner and we tried to make peace. And until now, the owner is funding, I'm sure you might know, the custom of Inqiyo, whereby young girls are tested their virginity by their mothers. That is practiced a lot around the Transkei. So that's how we dealt with that. The second one was the one of the traditional leader in Bizana. And that one, the chief, we found the chief on the other side of the law. He violated the Bill of Rights. He violated a number of legislation, even our code of conduct as traditional leaders. And if I tell you now, we suspended him as the traditional leader for a period of 40 years. That's our view, and in terms of our culture, an OC or a chief is where women and children run to in time of distress. If you preside over a matter of a woman and dress a woman in public, and so on and so on and so on, that is not what the institution of traditional leadership associates with. So we dealt with that matter. And we are in a program with the Department of Justice to capacity traditional leaders on issues of the violation of children's rights, women, and sensitivity around the Bill of Rights. So there's that program with surgery that is taking place. On the school uniform, my view, in fact, the House does not have a position on this, but my view, in fact, what I promote in my traditional counseling is that when a child goes to school, he must wear a uniform. When he's out of the school, he can wear his clothes. Because in an ideal situation, boys are supposed to go to the initiation school after they have passed matric, so that after matric he goes to varsity or work or college. So because you can't have a man that is still a student. So there's with me, I don't encourage Amakwala to wear at school. At school, you must wear a uniform and be a student like any other student. Thanks. I do have a follow-up.
Mr. Mavusa, I have a question in your last statement. Would you say the same when it comes to Isipandla or Icamago? Thank you.
No, because no, I won't say the same, because both customs are different. Because to dress Ubukwala and Ufaka Isipandla here, it's and the thing. I mean, does not make you not to wear school uniform. But you can't wear another uniform when you're at another place. At school, you wear uniform. At a lali, you wear ubukwala. At school, you are just a child. But that's a learning environment.
Thank you, Mr. Mavuso. I think we do have your clear view here as you responded to say that the isiphandla, for instance, would not interfere necessarily with the child receiving education. So there has to be, in light of the information that you've provided to us and your position as the House, there has to be a tolerance in respect of diversity and also a promotion of traditional values, which is very much at the heart of the House's mandate. So I think that has brought us to the end of our engagement, Mr. Mavuso, and thank you very much for joining this. And I look forward to our office also engaging with you in the future, especially also with the initiation matters that you have made mention of. And I do think that we will be able to foster this relationship going forward to ensure, as you've put it, that we do promote human rights from a traditional and a cultural and a religious perspective as well. So we do thank your participation and we do look forward to our future engagements.
Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mavuso.
And whenever the Commission wants to touch base with the House, or there's some, like, we talk a lot with the Gender Commission, you are free to touch base with the House so that we assist even in those customs where there's Twala of affairs, and then we can assist in those. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation, sir. We definitely look forward to that. All right. I think we are left with the last presentation for the day, and I think our presenter has already joined. So without further ado, or Commissioner, would you want 1 minute? 1 minute body break. If you, Mr. Butelwa, if you can just bear with us and you can ready yourself so long in the meantime for your presentation, which we look forward to. It is now 2:32. I think if we can commence at 2:34, just to allow the Commissioner to attend to something urgent, then we will proceed.
or the way in which a learner appear does not even have a disturbance in the scholarly activities, and they should be allowed to have their afros and their long hairs. And I think the issue of uniforms or for those transgenders and gender confirming learners, they must be allowed to choose freely to whether which uniform they need or like to wear. In conclusion, I would like to say that we need to recognize all the schools must recognize all the religions for the better sake of learners. I thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think your position is quite clear, Mr. Putalwa, that it is a yes in terms of accessories which learners wish to express themselves with, whether it's cultural, religious, traditional. It is a yes in terms of natural hair, and that you were unequivocal about your position that it does not interfere with your learning. And then it is a yes in terms of, I don't want to say allowing, because the word allow means that there's almost a power dynamic involved, but it is a right of the gender non-conforming community to choose the uniform they wish to wear. So on those three, I think it's valuable for us to hear how very clear you are in respect of your position. I'm going to give you over to Commissioner Gam for any follow-up questions you may wish to pose, as well as Mr. Mpondo, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining us and for your clear views that came across. It appears that your views are on all fours with the views that are developing here as well, and has been expressed by a number of participants. I suppose maybe one of the issues I just wanted to take up with you is the position of gender non-conforming learners and how they should be accommodated in terms of school uniform. Do you have any ideas as far as that is concerned? Thank you very much.
Can you please repeat your question? I didn't hear clearly.
Yes, gender non-conforming learners, how they should be accommodated as far as school uniform is concerned. You have any views on that matter? And then maybe I can add another one. It also appears to us that that many of the schools have a very binary approach when it comes to gender issues. They distinguish between boys and girls and do not really make provision for gender non-conforming learners in that equation. And also then when you're a boy, you are expected to have short hair. We have even heard evidence today of a sort of a two-finger test that is being done, that has been executed to determine whether you need a haircut. Would you agree that that also, in the sense of requiring boys to have short hair, is unfair discrimination on the basis of gender? So those are the two questions: the accommodation in terms of school uniform pertaining to gender non-conforming learners, and secondly, the school rules requiring all boys to have short hair.
Okay, so I hear you. On the issue of school uniforms, I think we are living now in a period whereby the LGBTQI plus people are being recognized by the Constitution. Uh, I think in that sense, they should be allowed to wear what they prefer, and alongside that they are having their right to express themselves and to have and to choose what they want to wear. I think for school uniforms, they should be allowed to wear what they want to wear according to their gender beliefs and stuff. Uh, in school rules, uh, I think learners should be having are supposed to be having they are choosing right in terms of that also. They must be able to choose that they want short hairs, they want to wear, they want to have their long hairs, their afros and everything. They must not be dictated that you must do that, you must do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I think, again, your positions are very clear. Thank you for that. I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Mpondo for any further questions. Okay. Mr. Mpondo says he is covered, which means, Mr. Putawa, you have given us very straightforward answers, which we really do appreciate from your side. I wanted to just, as a last question, ask you whether you have received any complaints previously from your member base of educators and schools discriminating against them based on their hair, based on the accessories they wish to use, or the uniform in terms of gender which they wish to align themselves with. Have you received any such complaints? And if so, how have you dealt with them?
In terms of the 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 what you call the school uniforms and the gender issues, we have been receiving those complaints from the learners, and we have been talking with all the stakeholders in education, like your SATU and all those educators, unions, and we have consulted with the education department for them to adjust, or rather to have schools to comply with those things. Like they must allow learners to do to wear their own uniforms according to their genders, and they should allow learners to do their hair in their way they like to do them.
And Mr. Patalwa, what has the response been, number one, from SATU, and number two, from the department? What has the movement been since you have reported these considerations to them?
Since we have reported those issues, ma'am, we haven't yet received any further engagements on how they are going to act upon those issues.
So would you classify that as non-responsiveness, or has there not been enough time going past? Or how would you respond to not having received any movement on something that might clearly impact on the rights of learners?
I would say, ma'am, that they have not yet responded. I don't know why or how.
That's fair. Thank you so much, Mr. Putawa. Any follow-up questions from my fellow panel members? Nothing. All right. Thank you, Mr. Putawa. Then we're going to release you. We are very thankful for your appearance here today. We will be sure to include the position of COSAS on these matters, and it's a very clear position. And we are really appreciative of your participation. And if there's any further details, particularly where you have been engaging on on examples of concerns and complaints with the department, we do invite you to approach our offices to see if we can possibly assist in those matters as well. So thank you so much for your participation today.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And I really hope that we will work with each other going on forward.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you, sir. Okay. So it appears that that would be our list of witnesses and participants for the day. We thank everyone who have been joining us online as well as in person here, department who's also been here. And then we will continue tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we will be hearing from the department as well as independent representatives, independent school representatives, and a few other stakeholders. So we will see and interact with you again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.